Hello everyone, welcome back to the Sebring 12. Everything looks like it's more or less under control this time, and we're ready to get things kicked off and rolling. It'll be a 12-hour race around Sebring for some of the fastest guys in the community. So what more could you want? Strap in. It's going to be a longer stream and a pretty chill start off to things. It's just me in the comms booth for once. Bit of privacy for once for me. And we're waiting to get things rolling any second. I think we'll play it pretty cool for the first 2 hours. So if you guys, want to see someone racing, if you want to direct the stream around a little bit, then give me a shout. I'll be keeping an eye on chat and giving you a little bit of insight as well as we go from place to place. I would click the spectate button. Thank you, Raceboy. But it hasn't hit the load button yet, so we've got to wait to be able to press ready. Go for it, white light. Ready to race me in stint 3? Yes, I'll be racing in stint 3. So in 4 hours time, I'll be getting I'll hit the ready button to try it. There we go. Now it's happening. I'll be racing in stint 3. So in 4 hours time, I'll be getting behind the wheel of our entry, which is a C7R. Can I press spectate now? Yes, I can. A C7R. I've got Raceboy, Platinum and Spirit, Commando. Come on. No! Ow, they didn't give me any time to press Y. And I've also got Eternitum on my team, and so we're gonna win. So you can watch us win right here on the Forza channel. Hopefully they'll go back and let me press Y to spectate before starting the race. It might not happen though. You never know. With a little bit of luck. 15 minutes later, Eclipse called it. Good job, Eclipse. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to wait for the race to initiate and then we'll hop in. We will be able to catch it though for the warm-up lap, so you can see everyone loading in. We'll be able to hit the spectate button in just a second once we get past the black screen, and we'll know what's going on with that. Win, yeah, that's right, Raceboy. Despite my best efforts, we're gonna win this thing. Okay. Here we are, loading into the race, going trackside for the Sebring 12 hour. This is stint number 1, and we're kicking off with just the rolling start around the lap. We've got a pace car in front of things, and we can check out convictions and get on board with that car right now. The pace car today is running as the lobby looks like resets, so we'll hold back a little bit from before getting into the proceedings today. Looks like we've got some DNFs. We've got a lot of DNFs in the background. I'm going to hit everyone offline. Yeah, that's it, Raceboy. Yeah, completely. That's my plan, at very least. That's my aim today. I'm pretty sure this lobby is going to reset, looking at the upper bar as it ticks over. We had a DNFs from 12th place down, so pretty sure everyone's going to restart. So we'll just wait until and do the race start properly when we get the opportunity to. Back into the lobby. It wouldn't be though a endurance race without the joy of a couple of restarts. It's all part of the suspense. And at least this time round I can maybe press the Y button and there you go, get a little eyeball next to my name. This way things will be a little bit smoother off the start as well, and there'll be less surprise noises from me. I think 21 is the number that we're expecting to have in the lobby, so that's a good thing to look out for in terms of people hopping in, hopping out. Yeah, me, so yeah, I managed it. I know I've got a lot of pressure on me when I drive, as Platinum says. I had to knock Platinum out of the seat, which I don't feel guilty about at all, actually. I've always wanted to do that, to take Platinum's seat from him. Initially, I thought that was going to happen by just getting him out of PTG. I've been talking to Coops about that for a long time. But I think ultimately it's going to be something that happens. Let's get myself on board with a crab on the second camera. There we go. And if we hit this button, there we go. We can get crab up in the top right. Yeah, I was hoping to get Platinum out of PTG altogether, but instead I just managed to get him out of this specific race team. So it's a start. It's a start. We'll work from here and see how far we can go. Thank you, Platinum. I'm going to enjoy driving. Stint number 3. So stick around. Got in 4 hours time. We're doing that one right there. Okay, so in the top right of your screen, you can see the GT class. So just rolling off the line there, that's Craviator right now. Just getting started. I'll get the map turned off up there. And then in the main section of the screen, we've got Convictions running in pace car and getting our way around the mock lap. Alright, so as the race gets rolling and as people get ready to get moving, it is a moment to reflect for the community between now and between Daytona, the last time we did a tour endurance race, and right here at Sebring. And one of the things that happened, and it's being commemorated by Tour's staff in the pace car livery, is that one of their longest running and most friendly competitors, AX4X Nelly, and someone the whole community knows, suffered a big loss. Shelley, his wife of 18 years, passing away after a long battle with illness. I know that all of our thoughts are with her and Nelly and his family as we take the green flag today. So we wanted to commemorate that with this livery right here, driven today by Convictions. The special thanks to AX4X Boost for creating the livery for this pace car. And it features Shelley's favourite flower, which was lavender. So it's a big old community. We've got a great community here on Forza, and there's a lot of care that everyone takes in looking after each other. And it's nice to be able to take moments like this to have a little think about that. All right, we're getting ready for it. Pace car, giving it some action there off of the rear of the car. I love it. We'll get ourselves towards warmed up for this race. We can hop on board with Craviator, who's going to be starting in pole position in the GT field, and get ourselves as well set up with Scottson, who's going to be starting pole position in the AP field. AP being American Prototype. I think most people might know them as Daytona Prototypes, or at least I do. But today they're running as American Prototypes, the AP field. Nelly in chat, good on you. Alright. So the grid, and running through it just very quickly as we run down the back of the field here. It's going to start off with ESV Phantom. That's driven by Scottson. Then it's the Rise Motorsport team, represented by LMR Critical. BNX Carried, Renault, Remix, Joe, and Fun for Us will make up the AP field. Just 7 cars in that field, in the main part of your screen just there. In the top right, you can see Craviator getting ready. We'll hop back a few positions to Freeze. Craviator on pole, behind him Spectre, Barcode, Voided, Aldergirl, and Freeze, who we're on board with in 6th in class. Commando in 7th, with Goki, Nexus, Irash, and Legacy making up the GT field. Here we go with the APs just taking their way around Sunset. Convictions will peel off the track to the pit lane on the right and release this field to go thundering down for the first lap here at Sebring. Look up to the bar on the top there, hoping for everyone to have made it through the lap together. Looks like we have got Convictions dropping out there. That's just the pace car dropping away. So we are still good to go with Scottson dropping the hammer and heading down towards turn 1 over the bumps, the crags here at Sebring for the first time, and challenging those cars as they come in through the first corner. Scottson defending well off the start of the race from Critical, who's looking up the inside. And we can hop on board now with Scotty. He looks around and tries to make that happen. It is going to be Craviator though, who's getting really swamped off of the start. Oh, the go, the big old slide as well. Yeah, these guys are really close to each other now. We'll hop back with the AP field and check in with them in just a tick. There's a lot happening in these first laps. Here we are on board with Renault running in 4th position and looking at the field towards Carried and Critical. So it's all things normal for the AP field as they were on the grid off at the start. Looking over towards the GT field, that Bill Craviator is having slipped off the leader with Spectre is up in 8th, so he has lost 1 position, but not quite the mugging that I was advertising. Craviator here running 2nd position to Spectre and doing his best to chase him down. a bit of a better view there, because we can see a car just peeking, having a little look behind Craviator, and that's Barco. Pretty good fight here as well at the start of the race, actually, in the GT field. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of a better eye on it and work out exactly where everyone is. So just behind Craviator, there is a little the second pack who are on board with here. That's Legacy, looking forward towards Aldergirl and Five, Grease. These three running quite closely together. And the second pack, just up the road from there, has Craviator, has Commando as well, my teammates. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a look here with Commando, who's running that beautiful Mesosphere livery. I love it. But I guess Ice Rabbit Design livery. I'm so used to saying Mesosphere because it's on his Twitter account. It's, of course, an Ice Rabbit Design. And looking good there. There was a pilot darted into the pit lane on lap 1. I don't know who that was. Was it really Doki? That Spectre in the pit lane from lap 1. So that was our race leader, I believe, who overtook Craviator, took the lead of the race, and then jumped straight into the pit lane. Keep an eye on that. Spectre right now all on his own and running through the pit lane and exiting the track. No action happening there, so we'll hop back on board with Commando. He's looking at the field towards Voided. You can see Crowd just beyond him, and then in front of Crowd. This is the 8th place. Looks like Crowd got overtook again, so Barco passed the Craviator as well. So Craviator moving from pole position in this race, being passed by Spectre, who's in second, and Barco moving towards Appreciate you on the game on the volumes here as well. Thank you, Hannah. I'll lower the volume a little bit on the game. Okay. So there's a little bit of action there in the start of the race for the GT field. We can check in on the AP field. I think it is Scottsin.exe doing what Scottsin.exe does best, which is take control of the race. At the moment, second place is Critical from which is the same as from the grid, and carried in third. Renault is who we're on board with, who gets very close to the outside barrier at sunset, does manage to save the car just about, and keep running. You can see a few car lengths lost there, but that was a close one. We'll have a little look over his shoulder here just to see if, oh, there we go. The cars behind are definitely breathing down his neck, so we'll hop on board with them. That's Remix, and behind Remix is Joe from TMS, so we'll see if these guys can move up through the field and pass them. That's a lot of pressure now. So he's actually under. Let's get on board. Renault now absorbing quite a lot of pressure there. I will keep an eye as well on the GT field. We've got another car in the pit lane coming through at the end of the second lap, and this will be someone immediately getting involved with Spectre, who pits at the end of lap 1. And this is Aldergirl right here from the IG squad, who is going to pit. IG running 5th place after qualifying. I think they were still in 5th after lap 1, apart from the pit stop, of course. So we'll see how that finishes off. You can see Spectre passing there, and there was another car which pitted as well. And Aldergirl will get out in front of them. That's the UGM Nexus in the BMW, who's running behind. So we've had 3 cars pit. You can see them on the mini-map just here. The 3 GT cars that are sort of out of connection with the rest of the pack. NWR Eresh is the car that's dropped off the back of the field and must have had an accident, but isn't currently somebody who's already pit. So that's who we're on board with right now. This is the rearmost runner of the drivers who haven't yet pit in the GT field. Okay, well, action. All action. As it should be. Hopping back on board. Ooh, the right person to be on board with right here, Commando, and check out how he's doing. It will be moving up through the field for Commando. He's sitting in 11th overall right now. 11th overall is net 4th in class, and that's 3 positions up for Commando. So, well, making positions up from exactly the drivers who have pit in front of him. So doing pretty good. Holding basically grid position from the start and looking forward towards the pack up ahead. I will say I think the C7R is looking it's looking like a decent choice here today. We've got 3 Corvettes in top lobby. These are among the GT cars, of course. We've got a number more Corvettes of the AP description. 3 Corvettes there. We've got 4 BMW M6s and also 4 V12 Vantages. So 3 different types of car up in A lobby, and Corvette just being one of them. Up in the AP field, there's only 2 Fords and 5 Corvettes. So a little bit less variety up in AP. That's partly due to the nature of the class as well. Arash does throw it into the pit lane. We saw him trailing at the end of the previous lap. Must have picked up some damage and will now pit. You can see Spectre running through there. And that's a decent chunk of time that Spectre already has on this BMW, even after these first few laps. So we'll see how that goes. All right. This is the moment in every stint when I realize I didn't click the race time at startup. So we'll have to work that one out as we go. What is that? About 10 minutes of race time completed so far. So let's take 10 minutes off the timer. Okay, try that. See how that goes. Probably a little bit less than 10 minutes, really. But we'll try it out. Okay, back on board with Commando here, and in the background I'll find ourselves a decent battle to hop on board with. What we've got actually at the back here of AP is quite a nice little fight. This is fun for us. Looking forward to a remix, and then just in the sort of edge of the picture there, just further away, is Joe from TMS. A little bit of a lock up there from Fun for Us as he heads in through the first sector. These three are pretty close for now. The lead, I will say, of this class really hasn't broken just yet either. Critical, who we're on board with here in that beautiful livery put together by Phoenix, looking forward towards Scottson and refusing to be dropped. You would expect Scottson to check out in this kind of a car and just disappear off down the road, but Critical doing a great job of holding him and keeping him honest as this race at least begins, as the stint gets going. And that car looks cracking as well. I love these liveries. I think they're so good. They're so pretty. They're just behind that battle with Remix. Getting a little closer, actually just up ahead with Remix and Joe. If we forget about Fun for Us, who were on board with previously, just up the road from Fun for Us, this is Remix and Joe fighting it out. And they're pretty close as well. These AP cars are so fast on their brakes. They're so quick that you can flick and move in quite easily. This is, I think, sort of striking distance just about for these cars. We'll wait and see. Alright, we do also have a battle here. Three-way battle in GT. This is still on board here with... It's going to look like there's a bias of some kind in the channel. It's going to look like I'm just checking in with my teammate, but Commando is in the thick of it. Let's close the gap up ahead of him to Voided, and then beyond Voided I believe it is Craviator. So Craviator, pole position sitter in this stint, now back into the jaws of Voided, who started in 4th in class, and Commando, who started 7th in class. So moving backwards a little bit for Craviator here in the early part of the race. We will wait to see how that progresses throughout, of course. And his luck may turn around, may change. We do also have the leaders of the race now beginning to hit some lapping cars. It was just one of the pitted cars that they've come past already, so I won't jump backwards just yet, although it has allowed Critical to get very, very close into the rear of Scottson. We'll keep an eye on that, but follow along with this battle here in GT. In fact, we can pop it up right here in the top right corner for us for a little bit, and we can keep on board with both battles as we head around the circuit. Scott's in there under a lot of pressure from Critical in the background of this race. I want to say Void is looking great as well. Really applying the pressure on here onto Craviator. Team Mandem, who Craviator's running with here, that's Craviator, Zoom, Bokit, and Solo King. It's a pretty scary squad in terms of reputation. Here we go. As the top two make another overtake on a lapped car. They'll find their way through quite nicely. Keep on board with both fights here. That said, man, I love how Critical's looking here. You know, I was running a leaderboard competition. I don't know, maybe 6 months ago I last did it on Forza 7. And I remember Critical taking the #1 time around Indianapolis Oval, which was a leaderboard that I thought would never be beaten. I thought that it had been so optimized by this point that it would never be beaten. It wasn't even that close. He beat it by like a 1/10 of a second, which is a lot around Indy Oval, in Indy cars. And So Critical, definitely somebody who's very fast in the faster cars in the game. Ooh, slide on there at the hairpin. Got the main battle in the center of the frame as well, with Voided still piling the pressure onto Craviator. Is Scottson using handbrake? Is that what's happening there? Every corner now, he's just, you can see him tweaking. You can see the rear of his car just poking out a little bit. I wonder if that is handbrake. I'm never sure with Scottson. I don't think he's like, of all the people who run P-Class, I don't think he's the most handbrakiest driver out there. He's usually quite smooth, as we see Commando turret in the pit lane. So we'll hop on board with this main battle here as Commando ducks out. And in the background, we can find our way into a new battle using the second screen. But he's tweaking the rear of that car an awful lot as he's going around this track. Maybe making up just for small mistakes using the handbrake. Blackout. Oh wow, here we go. So Critical looking for a move around the outside of Scottson into T1. He will get the line onto the power earlier as we run down through to the second sector. Scottson slightly defensive on his line. You can see him holding out from the ultimate use of all of the road and just making sure that Critical can't sneak a nose up the inside there, and he will muscle that car over the grass and maintain speed as they exit and head down toward the first hairpin. I gotta say, the Rise Motorsport Chevy Corvette looks like it's better on top end than the Ford that's being run by ESV right now. For my money, that Corvette is going to be the better overtaking car with more top end come race day. Perhaps, you know, all in all, the Ford can do a better lap time. Certainly Scottson set a 1:47.967 in qualifying, the fastest time of anybody, the fastest, the number one time. His teammate setting the number 2 time, so they were very much secured for pole position. But the difference comes in race pace, and certainly that Corvette looking like it's got the beans in a straight line. Let's see how things work out as we head through the back section of the track here. We can wait for that last straight. So again, wobbling that car in a way that, I think that was handbrake, but it just looks so much more unsteady than the Corvette. Alright, for now, it dissolves a little bit. Battle relaxes just for a second or two. We'll have a little look around, see what we can find out there on track. And we've got more cars in the pit lane, especially GT cars right now. Who's in right now? Is that Craviator pitting? It is. It's Craviator in the pits for the Mandem team. This is actually quite interesting because a little further back down the field, I say it's quite interesting. This is more interesting. This is Scottson trying to defend from Critical. He puts the nose up the inside. Scottson gives him space and gets on the power. He's looking classy on defense right now, is Scottson. And this is actually a race that we've been looking for. We've been hoping for this race for a long time, I think, in Tour Endurance. One where Scottson is tested, not just in terms of the lap time that he can pump in over and over again, but also in terms of pure driving wheel-to-wheel ability. We all know he can do it, but let's push him to his limit, see what he's about, and see how good he is in combat. So here we go. Critical continuing to battle for the lead of this race and puts the nose up the inside. Scottson tries the trail brake. I've always been a little bit too minded about that kind of defense that you see from Scottson, where he's trail braking over the nose of Critical, basically making an incident and making it look like it's Critical's fault. I don't know, that to me, Critical deserved a little bit more space there and deserved not to be quite so pinched on the apex. Gets unlucky with the GT car, and that will diffuse things just for now. I gotta say, these GTs are making a lot of impact. They're making a lot of difference out there on the field. Looking at the mini-map, these two only really have one more GT car to pass, and then they'll have found their way through. It'll just be Critical and Scottson again, pumping in lap times. So we may see the battle slow down at that point. You never know. For now, though, at least Scottson definitely rattled. Definitely Critical coming along and tapping on the snake's glass a little bit. Go on, do something. Go in. What have you got? There you go. Move to the left from Critical. That's all he needed. Beautiful. Easy as that. Scottson definitely getting a little unlucky under traffic there and allowing Critical to come on through, but that does change things around and mean that the battle, the shoe is on the other foot, if you like. And we can check out the move again. It was a little bit of a quick one with the lapping car moving in a way that Scottson definitely didn't anticipate as we came out through the end of this first corner. Looked forward up the road there, and you can see the lapped car seem to move to the left, allows Scottson through, then moves to the right. Scottson jumps on the brakes, allows Critical to come on past. And now Scottson, who we're going to jump back on board with after the replay closes, is on the attack and chasing down Critical. And you can see him here through Tower Corner, looking around and trying to find his way up and through. I've got to say, Critical has shown that he has the pace to stay with Scottson, to keep challenging Scottson. I wonder if he has the pace to break him. I wonder if he has the pace to move away here a little bit in that Chevy Corvette. Should look to the straights, look to the areas of the track where he can really get the straight line speed of that car applied down, and maybe he can start building a gap. I got to say, though, tucked up in the draft right there, Scottson doesn't look like he's going anywhere. He's set up camp and he wants to get on past. There is, of course, another, 16 cars out on track that we're not looking at right now. I'm aware of that, but just for now, we're going to stay on board with these two. The battle's too good. It's for the lead of the race in the top class, and this is some cracking stuff. So Scottson really tucked up right now, waiting for the move. Critical this time will go to the defensive line a little bit. It wasn't so much a defensive stance when he jumped onto the brakes, but rather a kind of diagonal where he kind of cheated on the apex, drew himself in, and definitely didn't allow Scottson any space to get up on the inside. This time round, heading down toward the hairpin, it's going to be just chilling. We're not seeing so many moves here. Maybe a little touch there from Scottson, but nothing enough to unsettle the rear of Critical's car, which is good. I don't think Scottson would want to see this battle end with an incident. He wants to beat him on track if he possibly can. It's worth noting as well that none of the AP cars have yet pitted, or at least these leading two. I think the guys behind have, actually, looking at the gaps. Maybe the other ones have. But of the two people we've watched in this race, neither have pitted. And so there could be a pit stop coming up. Definitely the window is opening as we hit the sort of 25 minutes into the stint mark. What's up, Sparrowfart? Good to see you, man. One of the good things for this battle is that there really isn't any other cars nearby. Everyone else is tucked away quite nicely. We can just jump in, hop on board briefly with some of the other battles out there, give you an impression for it, just as I say it, as I even dare to dream it. Scottson closes right up on Critical and starts to look predatorial again. Just before these two get down into T1, we can hop on board here and just show you the battle with Remix, Renault up ahead, and then Joe. These three still very, very close to each other. And this is the second battle, if you like, in the AP class. Back on board now with Scottson, of course. We're not going to go anywhere for too long. Further back again, GT Field is quite spread out, apart from Legacy and Voided, who are close to each other, having a good close battle. Here you can see them heading through Sunset Bend and starting up their next lap as well. And what other news have we got from the race? Quite close to each other are Spectre and Craviator. This was that pitting battle that we didn't check in on again because of how close Critical and Scottson got. But if you remember, Spectre pit at the end of lap number 1 after taking the lead of the race, and then Craviator stuck on out there for another few minutes. There was actually quite a long gap between when the two of them pit, and Craviator did come out quite far behind Spectre in the end. But that isn't so far as to be out of touch, and you can see these two still chasing each other through the track. Okay, back on board with the battle for the lead. That's your rundown of the news at 6 o'clock, if you like. And now we're definitely getting back on with these two who are fighting things out for the lead of the race and the lead of the stint. Scottson continues to chase, continues to pressure, and Critical looking cool as a cucumber right now, to be quite honest with you. Doesn't look like he's making mistakes. Doesn't look like he's under too much pressure. No sweaty thumbs just yet. We'll wait and see though. I do wonder what's going to happen when they pit. Do you think Scottson, seeing Critical pit, will come straight in after him? Or is it going to be more like, I'll give it a lap, I'll give it 2 laps and try and break him? I just get the feeling he's going to want to do it on track, you know? It's not the kind of battle, it's like they're so close to each other, it's just not the kind of battle you give up on. Big wide line from Scottson there, looking for a way to optimize, a way to find a little bit more speed than Critical here. Almost gives him that apex tap to spoil his run on the way out of the corner. I'd say he's a gentleman for not doing it, but it's more like he'd be a sort of cad for doing it. It's more of a faux pas for going there. No points awarded for not damaging your neighbor. Ridiculously close, these two. They've been running so close to each other for such a long time. And you can get used to it, seeing it from just that one perspective. Looking at the replay cameras here, it's like one train car. It's connected. Critical just towing Scottson around this track. Yeah, that looked like a good run for Scottson there, and it is going to be a slightly sweeter exit from Tower Corner for him. Really glued now onto the rear of Critical, and maybe able to find a move here. Critical feeling the need to go defensive. Will go half a car width wide than the apex of that first right-hander, but gathers it all back up, gets his line sorted out, and gets in the power nice and early to get himself onto the back straight. T16 is so important here. That run onto the back straight is the only thing you need to optimize. You can fail every other corner, and as long as you squirt out of that one all right, then you're going to be in good stead to not get not lose out. I wonder if Scottson's going to pit here with the traffic. He doesn't. Stays on out there. And now that's a defensive line. All right, now Critical's listening. Oh, and squeezes Scottson's nose up against the barrier on the entry to T1. I wonder if Critical a little bit apologetic for that, perhaps, and does concede the position. That's an interesting one. We can take another look as well with Critical there, just trying to defend, regain. You know, we saw him go basically very defensive on the left-hand side of the straight, and then try and regain line before the first corner, and just taking maybe a slice too much in terms of how much track he took back from Scottson. Here it is. Just tweaks his nose like a baby. Reaches forward, grabs him by the nose. All right, Scotty. There you go. Does end up running wide from that. I don't think that was contrition. I don't think that was apologizing. I think that was just his car being a little bit upset because of the knock that he'd found himself getting into on the way into the corner. Scottson back up into the lead of the race. ESV Phantom continuing to lead the way from Rise Motorsport after a brief period of Rise Motorsport leading from the other car. Okay. Let's check in with some other battles here. We do actually have a third car in the mix here as well for this battle for the lead. You can briefly check that out. It's actually been closing up pretty quickly, and that's VNX Carried. Carried running for the Vanitex Esports team, and did run the fastest time for his team in qualifying. Interestingly, with a 1:48.217, Carried has better one-lap pace, arguably, than LMR Critical, who managed to only get 100 slower than that in qualifying. So nothing wrong with how fast Carried can get around this track, and definitely should be able to put some pressure on the leading pack if he can get the power down. Critical's going to pit. So into the pits we've got for the second place runner. There he goes. And up ahead, the other two. The strategy game will now really kick off with Carried chasing Scottson around this track. So we'll wait and see at this point. I wonder if Scottson's going to react immediately and just try and get straight back onto monitoring where Critical is. So you might see him throw the car into the pit lane at the end of this lap. We're certainly going to stay on board with Scottson as he heads on around. Meanwhile, back there in now in 5th position, Critical is going to have to set a really good lap time. And actually looking straight here with him, he's had at least one car get in his way off the start of this lap. We didn't see how that pass went, but he did definitely have to pass him, get around him after the pit stop. So Critical potentially losing out on that opening lap already. We'll wait and see. You can see for Scottson, though, looking at the mini-map, there is just, it's blue skies, clean air, all the way between him and the pits. He can maybe get another lap in before he hits traffic. Good shout from chat. Let's check out GT. We haven't done that for a little while. Leading the class, we're on board right now with Barcode, 8th position. Started the race back in 3rd after setting a lap that was, what, 0.3 off the fastest one out there, which was set by Lightning, 2 minutes and 4. Barcode only managing a 2 minutes, well, 2 minutes 0.4, I should say. Barcode only managing 2 minutes 0.7. And starts in 3rd place. That has made his way up into the lead of the race, partly through pit stop strategy. Speaking of which, of course, Scottson straight back, bang, into the pits. This makes things interesting in that battle for the lead again. And so, of course, we'll end up jumping back on board with LMR Critical to see how this thing weighs out. Critical right now putting some serious heat and energy through those tyres as he goes through T17 just as fast as he possibly can. Of course, he will have seen in the in-game notifications that Scottson's been going through the pit lane, that he's pitting this lap, and he'll know that now's the time to strike if he possibly can. But wow, Scottson made up some time there. Look up the road and you can see just how far up ahead Scottson is after that one lap. I wonder if it was all from the C7R that he got caught out from. So Carried is the next person to look at. I wonder if Carried has made his way through pit stop strategy here ahead of Critical. It's very possible. We'll keep on board with Carried here just in the back. Well, we'll pop him there. We'll pop him there so you guys can see him and continue to have a little look at the GT field. We mentioned Barcode briefly there, and we can also check out Voided and Legacy via the second VNX car, hopping from one to another. Voided is just up ahead, so the UGM team. This is the Fortnite squad rather than the Minecraft squad, so Spectre's running the Minecraft squad and Voided for the Fortnite squad. And just behind, we're on board here with VNX Legacy. Where's Legacy at? In the... Oh wow, he's come a long way in this race. He started 11th position in class, Legacy, and he's now 3rd overall. And that's not a massive surprise. Legacy actually set the 4th fastest time overall in GT in qualifying. Dragged the Vanitex Racing M6 kicking and screaming into A-Lobby. His next fastest teammate got 62nd overall. And so it is definitely... it's definitely been Legacy's efforts here that have deserved him and brought that car up into this field. We have Carried in the pits. This is exciting because it now means that the leading battle is likely to reignite. Scottson, I imagine, will find his way past Carried, but really the focus falls back onto Critical here, who we're going to get on board with, and whether or not Critical can find his way past Carried. Look to the right here. Pit lane exit coming up, and Carried is right there. You get a pretty good head of speed on as you exit the pits, and this is going to be close with Carried on cold tyres heading down towards Sector 1 and probably going to have to defend by the time we exit this sector. And there it is, the move straight away. Critical knows he needs to break Carried quickly, I think, here. Otherwise, he's in for a long battle. He's going to fail with that one. Does give it a little look on the inside. I thought maybe it was going to work out for him. Didn't quite. And now Carried with extra top end or a better exit from the corner perhaps does secure that second place. He's going to have to keep fighting for it. And you know what? I think we're all thinking it, but the person whose hands this plays into so beautifully, so perfectly, is the person who never seems to put a foot wrong in these endurance races, and that's Scottson. Scottson's held off the battle for a long time with Critical, but now is his moment to put down some raw pace, start kicking some laps in, and building up a little bit of a buffer for himself. I suspect that he'll be able to as he gets a little bit wide there, and Critical and Carried begin to fight for second place. Interesting stuff there, and we'll keep an eye on it. But looking back through this field, oh, so much happening. Okay, Legacy, who we were just talking about, who came 4th in qualifying, for his team up through the field. Behind him is Freys. Freys is running for the V7 Motorsport Horizon Stars team. That's the number 77 Vantage. Just behind we've got Goki in a pretty close battle with Spectre. We can check in on that very quickly. I don't think Spectre's really in striking range just yet, but you can at least get a picture for how close they are. This is Spectre Ooh, in ahead of Goki now? Or did Goki pit? Seems to have disappeared entirely from where we're looking. At very least, behind is Radiator. So these two are pretty close. Maybe I got a sort of a misreading there of the ticker. Ooh, hold on. I was about to jump off of Critical, but these two are going through some traffic. So just keep an eye on them. So Radiator and Spectre, that makes much more sense. Continue to fight things out. Radiator hitting a little later than Spectre, getting onto his pit schedule, and these two have been chasing each other around the track for quite some time. Ooh, ah. Do you think Critical's running more aero? Is that what you're saying, Eclipse? Maybe. I think so often, especially in acceleration zones, it really comes down. It comes down to just corner exit. It's getting a little bit of a sweeter exit from the corner, running a bit more space out there. That said, yeah, I mean, setup can make a difference. Of course it can. Alright, what have we got? So this is Radiator Spectre. Behind these two, Commando continues to run. Aldergirl is chasing Commando. And then Goki and Eresh and Nexus are sort of way out behind, running their own races with their own strategies. So GT a little bit split up right now. We'll continue to keep you updated though as things change around. There is a GT car in the pits here actually. That's Spectre. So Spectre basically opting to pit ahead of everybody else as much as he possibly can in this race throughout it. Spectre again jumping out of the battle with Radiator and heading off towards his second stop a lot earlier than anybody else. And we can check in briefly with Critical and as he tries his best to get through this GT crowd. It's a pretty good crowd. It's worth having a look at. There he is passing Commando. Things getting pretty close and tasty there in the AP class. It was great to see him navigating traffic though. Carried up the road, you can see the red marker over Carrie's car there as he gets held up a lot by Radiator. Wow, that's huge. Carried really bogged down here, and that was a lot of time that he just lost out on. That very nearly allowed the Rise entry Critical to get on past. Couldn't quite carry the momentum between the two cars. He tried to put like a really sort of gutsy run together there, I think. Didn't quite work out for him. Well, there's no speed out there, but you can give it a go. It's an expensive lawnmower. Of course, though, looking at the mini-map, you can see already exiting T17. ESV Scottson is really starting to break this pack at this point. Really disappearing. In the pit lane, we have Freese. We have Voided as well, taking his second stop. Voided also sort of running a little bit more of an early stopping strategy. Okay, further down, we can hop on board with the sort of second battle. If you ignore the leading three in the AP class, this is the battle for fourth and fifth in class between Fun for Us and then Joe. They're not that close together, but the interesting thing about this battle is they're coming up to that three-way fight of GT cars once again. You can check in with them as they do that. That's Legacy, Commando, and Voided, who are all very close together now. So just sort of keep an eye out forward up the road, and we'll see how this boils out. Here's just a little look at the GT battle as they run. So they're going up sort of between the two hairpins right now. That's exactly where the AP cars are as well. Legacy actually having a look here on the Commando. Doesn't make the move ultimately. And it's Aldergirl who's just trailing behind this battle. The first AP car finding a way through, and just up the road you can see Joe beginning to put the move on up against Voided, against Legacy, I'd say. Legacy and Commando get out of the way as Joe comes filtering through. It's a pretty easy one. Commando continues to try and defend. And this is now fun for us, looking for a way past. Legacy's going to be easy meat on the inside of T16, but Commando should have him on the straight, shouldn't he? It's just a question of whether he reaches the top driver while he's going through T17. Might have enough top end in that AP car. It's also got a fight on with Renault looking for a way through, and Voided just sitting on the inside of that corner trying to mind his own business as Renault fishes around. It's fun for us. Struggles for grip on the entry to the corner, and that's how Renault finds his way through. It's a nice move, actually. Very sort of very tentative, a lot of forwards, backwards, after you type behavior. And Renault did find his way through. A lot of potential for incident there as well, but they all managed to avoid. Craviator will be next on the list for all of them. Didn't see any contact on my screen there, but Craviator is coming in from Australia, of course. We've had a little bit of a lag hit there with Renault. Let's have another look at the move. This was fun for us, coming up and trying to pass Voided. I was calling it in terms of being worried about Voided just in general, but then Renault appears from nowhere up the inside. There it is, looking for space, both of them. Voided heavy on the brakes. Fun for us losing the rear on the entry. And Renault makes the move. Nicely done. It has put a bit of a gap into this GT battle though, so Legacy dropping back a little bit from Commando there. Those two were the closest between the three of them. And Voided being sort of pushed back ever so slightly, I think, into Commando's grasp. So possibly these three, next time they get together, it'll be all three of them rather than just sort of a 2 and a 1. We'll wait and see. I've got to say, though, second and third in AP are at it again. Of course they are. Critical, still with the thorn in his paw. He was leading this race at one point, was up there with Scottson. And now he's down fighting with Carried ever since he got a bad outlap. Caught behind a C7R and carried off the road through Sector 1. That's going to be a chance for Critical, who peaks. Can't quite find the space for a Chevrolet Corvette American prototype up the inside of Carried's car. Even a pretty one, painted by Phoenix. Doesn't make it any thinner, sadly. Go, looks again. Carried is all over Critical here. I wonder if Critical is just a little bit off his rhythm, a little bit of lost momentum. He needs to lock back in on this track, but he's fighting a lot of different moves from Critical. He's looking every corner, applying the pressure. Quite reminiscent, actually, of the pressure that Scottson put Critical under for a long time at the start of the stint. Was that a tap? It looked like he got away with it. I thought I saw a puff of smoke. I wasn't sure if it was a little bit of lockup from Carried or just a little tap from Critical into the rear of his car. Okay, power down. Nexus gets out the way. I have no beef with you, he says. And allows the two of them through. We'll keep monitoring this. Look at the race. Scottson's flying. Already going through turn 1 as these two siphon their way through the first corner just behind. Got a decent gap for himself now and can hopefully start taking control of this stint. Relaxing into the race. It looks to me as though Scottson though doesn't have the one lap pace that you might expect from the ESV Phantom team. You know, we've seen him dominate, especially in this race last year. I remember Scottson just walking away. Ooh, and there it is. There's the move with Critical just finding his way by on acceleration past Carried. He got a little bit of a wobble on. I'll take another look at it in just a second, just to get the full consensus. I was looking on another screen and just caught the rear end of that one. Here it is. So through the first hairpin, so we really go back in time a fair amount here. The two of them running down now towards it. Carey was looking a little out of shape here and there. We saw him run wide out the exit of turn 1 on the previous lap, and just looking a little loose and wild in that Chevy Corvette, and it was okay. Lock up under brakes, got him wide, got on the power early, got off the track, and just lost a little bit of speed. Critical up into second. Now passing a marked car, that's Irash. And Critical straight away as well, putting a bit of a gap between himself and Carried. Carried, I think, will be putting his head down at this point. Sometimes you need something to chase to get your rhythm back, and I think Carried will have that. Carried, I'm sure Critical will be hoping to get back on and fight Scottson, hopefully, in this stint. He has the pace for it, but I wonder if Scottson's gap is just too much now. If you look at the mini-map, you can see he's a good few seconds away. We've got Remix here on his own and caught up in a bit of a GT squabble. It's the final position in the AP class in this lobby, 7th place right now. And finds his way past Graviator, and we'll get some clean air after that at the very least. That battle continues, of course, with the 3 GT class close to each other. That's Voided, Commando, and Legacy. We'll hop on board with that right now. So Legacy is in 12th overall. That's 5th in class. Up ahead of him, 4th in class is Commando, and Voided in 3rd. So it's kind of fighting for the last podium step here between these 3. And not entirely far away is Craviator in 2nd in class. He's just out of reach of these 3. But not very much. Maybe one mistake and he's back in their jaws. But it's a pretty close little fight here. Quite nice little battle. I think Legacy as well. I really rep him in this car on this track. He's got some great pace, and I think he could be a little higher up the field here even by the end of the stint if he plays his cards right. Can safely say as well that Carey has got a bit of a gap now between himself and Critical. Critical definitely thinking time to put the hammer down as much as possible, close that gap to Scottson, or at least stop spending this stint fighting with another AP class car. That we're looking at the main battles here. I think we can get on board with Commando, of course. It's a little closer perhaps to Voided than the car behind. A bit Legacy is close to Commando, but it is coming down to these 2 battles for 2nd place in AP and for 3rd place in GT. Let's get them both on screen, in fact. Why not? If you guys are new to the channel as well, welcome along. This is the Forza channel, official channel for Forza Motorsport, Forza Horizon, and the whole franchise. You can drop us a follow. We passed the 100k mark just recently. That was a big event. Pretty cool to do that on the channel. It's been a long road to it. So hit up the follow button and you'll be updated every time that we go live. Got all sorts of cool shows throughout the week. So in stint 3, I'll be driving this car, the C7R, in this lobby. I think I'm a little outclassed, if I'm honest. We'll see. I'm not sure I can run Commando's pace. In fact, I know I can't. If I can have like a good fight with just one other person in the lobby, I think I'll be happy. I believe in you. Thank you, Raceboy. I just don't know that your belief is going to be enough on its own. Your thumbs, on the other hand. If I could have your thumbs. Where's Goki at? We'll check out Goki. If you guys want to check in with your teammates, if we haven't seen them for a little while, then just give a shout. Very happy to do that. we go. LS Goki. And that beautiful M6 at 8. I can never, just off the top of my head, know if it's an M6 or an M8. M6. And the beautiful M6. Painted by Eternatum, in fact, my teammate. In this race, at least. In terms of Forza teams, of course, Eternatum is Goki's teammate. Bucktides. It's a great looking car, though. 14th overall is, what is that, 7th in class? I want to say. Yep, 7th in class. Goki started off 8th in class, so he's made up one position here. It was actually Bowtie who set the fastest time in qualifying in the M6, in the Lightspeed GT1 M6, with a 2:01.323. So a pretty fast time there. Actually slightly faster than even our time, and Race Boy's time that he set. So he set a 2:01.4, but it was just a little bit less consistency through that team that let them down in qualifying. Second driver only ran a 27th rank time, so 17th and 27th overall. Is carried, finding his way through some GT traffic. Still a little bit far detached from critical. He's actually looking... I wonder if he's picked up maybe a bit of transmission damage or something. Just looking a little less predatorial. No, no damage. Just a little bit slower perhaps here in the sort of mid stint than he was, just in terms of, you know, direct energy that he had early on in the stint. Up ahead, Critical finds his way on past. That's actually Goki's car right there, so the car we were just looking at. And that's Goki. Through Tower Corner. Goki will hold his line. Boom, there you go. Carry his on by. Check back to the battle with Legacy. Looking a little closer now to Commando. It's not that much closer though, is it? You know, they're chill. They're alright. Just pushing each other around the track. There's an extent, especially in the sort of early part of this race, where like, if you just get into battles constantly, you're just going to lose yourself. You're just going to lose yourself race time. You know, it's just going to slow down your team in a way that doesn't really matter. You shouldn't, you know, even though it's fun, like getting into like a really long, protracted battle for the whole stint isn't necessarily good for you. Craviator X in the pits. That's interesting. This has been a race-long battle between Craviator and Spectre, with Spectre pitting a little earlier on every single time, pitting out of the battle. But I wonder if now Spectre has used up all of his pit stops. Where are we? 11 and 7. Maybe not. Maybe there's one. Is there one pit stop left in the stint? Regardless, though, this is very close. Over about an hour of driving now. That's how much distance there is between Spectre in his V12, running for the UGM Minecraft squad, and Craviator in the C7R, running for Team Mandem. Keep in mind as well, Spectre's fast. He ran the 15th top time in qualifying, but his teammate UGM Lightning ran the fastest time in qualifying in any GT car. A 2-minute dead, got 4.78. So, when Spectre gets out of this car, swaps it over to his teammate, it's only going to get faster. They're one of, incidentally, they're one of 4 teams today who are just running, in A lobby at least, who are just running 2 drivers. We've got 2 drivers running for the OTR team, OTR Time to Shine up in AP, Stephen and Renault, and then 3 GT teams with just 2 drivers each. UGM Minecraft, with Spectre and Lightning. UGM Fortnite with Voided and Solar. And then Lightspeed GT1 with Goki and Bowtie. Now we could see Spectre there readying out of the pits, I think, just as we ran by the pit lane entry. Let's see where he came out. Is it in the walls? It is a little bit. Oh, so Spectre, it wasn't Spectre, it was the other UGM car. Voided. But no wars avoided, out into clean air more or less. Actually, you can see that Craviator Spectre battle just up the road, not too far away. Yeah, close one here though with Joe and Renault. Now we've got a fight on, hopefully, unless we just missed the move. Joe chasing down Renault. Up ahead, there is going to be some GT traffic, maybe next lap. So strap in for that, unless these two would do a pit stop. Renault a hair wide through Tower. Hold it together nicely. Looking at it, I do wonder if it's going to take a small mistake from Renault here. It looks like he's pulling away, at least in the turns. Get to the flat out sections, you never know. Maybe he'll come back. Meanwhile, Craviator has definitely fought to Spectre now. We'll be looking to take that position back. I wonder whether Spectre will just dart into the pits or whether he's going to fight this. It's Craviator! Saw him jump on the brakes there just to get his car off of that apex. Really collect the inner wall here at Sebring. T1 can be deadly. Definitely moving right now with Craviator. He's plugged in and wants to move. Ended up with a pretty close battle here as well, because the AP battle we were just looking at is closing in on the back of Spectre and Craviator. We'll be passing them sometime this lap as well. And even though these two are a little further apart at this point, it's going to be a little bit chaotic, I think. Craviator continues to chase Spectre. Dropped off a little bit there through the midsection of the track. Now start waiting for an AP car to dart on through. They might make it through T16 before it happens. You never know. They do, that's important. This is Renault. He's now closing on the battle. Might just go around the outside here. Look at that, he will. Oh, it spreads the needle between the two cars. That did disadvantage Spectre a little bit, actually. It's allowed just a little bit more corner exit stability for Craviator. It's not the move done, but it's close. Craviator, again, double braking on the way into T1. He knocks onto the brakes, allows the car to roll a little bit, then just before the apex, he's hopping onto the brakes again. And for us, finds his way past. He looks loose, a little bit dangerous actually through T1 with Craviator, but he's made it work for the past hour or so, so he can make it work. for another, what, 40 minutes of this stint, and we'll be alright. I don't know where you make a move though on this. The two cars look so similar in pace. I feel like Spectre's going to have Craviator's number more or less anywhere on this track. Yeah, Breeze pulling it in track, being saved by the excel of the car. Because he can always exit the corner, make the gap. The Corvette's got that mid-corner commitment. You can see it, that rolling apex speed, it is faster. But there's just no opportunity to get up the inside or get around him. We'll wait and see. Maybe a mistake will come. Maybe a mistake will be forced by an AP car. We can see one on the mini-map right now. Closing in behind them. Yeah, that's Remix. Ooh, this Craviator does find a little space. Just taps, makes the gap. The AP car comes on through and Craviator and Spectre side by side for the run down towards turn 1. Spectre's going to have to start really defending now as he gets on the inside, gets it way wild, and that's Craviator through. It's just a little mistake under braking almost, it looked like, with Spectre kind of heading toward the apex and having to find his way by. An insult to injury, runs wide on the exit to Sector 1. Craviator back up a position in his class. That isn't by any means the lead of the class for Craviator, but it's one position better. We can take another look at the move. There's Craviator with a dangerous looking wobble on the straight. The straight should be the easy bit. How much toe are you running? And Spectre tries to run a smooth line onto the apex and just, I think, turns in a little early. He has to bail on the corner, and Craviator finds his way through. I don't think the replay's going to catch it, but it was just on the exit to that first sector that Spectre then ran wide, slowing himself down even more. Okay, well, we have not critical. I was going to say critical in the pits, but I think it's actually Carry, who's just been through the pit lane. And I think this is bringing the front three in AP class back onto the same pit strategy. So you can see just how much on the mini-map the AP battle has opened up since that sort of fight that we saw for the first half of this stint between all the different members of this these top three, between Scottson in the lead and Critical second, Carried third. Now there's a big old gap between the three of them. Very different. It remains Craviator and Spectre who are really closest to each other, and Voided not too far off the back of that battle. This car in the pits, can I get on board with? Oh, there we go. So Freese in the pit lane. This is for the V7 Motorsport Horizon Stars team. Advantage. Freese will be swapping with Mishiro V7 for the next stint. We've run pretty well here, running 15th right now after that pit stop. I'm not sure if that's going to shuffle a little bit better for them. It may do later on. That's 8th overall. That's 8th in class, I should say. I do think Spectre is beginning to be reeled in by Voided here, actually. I think Spectre's falling backwards a little bit. Craviator, you can see, managing to basically make about 3-4 car lengths there over Spectre since the move. Maybe he would have wanted a little more, would have wanted to break the toe completely. But on board with Voided in the UGM Fortnite Vantage, I think he can smell blood up ahead. He's chasing now. And I mean, it might feel good for Voided to make a move here. Is it fair to say that Spectre and Lightning are the A team from UGM? Is there an A team and a B team? Is it fair to call Voided and Solar the B team? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. Just stirring. But it might feel good for Voided to make the move. We have a battle in AP worth checking out. Well, not so much a battle. It was just close through the hairpin. Fun for us. Chasing down Joe, but not close enough to make the move. You guys are enjoying a bit of Tora, a bit of community racing here on Forza. You can check out the Tora website. I haven't met that yet. There you go. You can check it out right there. Every stint of this endurance race runs for 2 hours. You can do driver swaps between them. So there's going to be 6 stints that we run through. And this is the first one. I want to see the Voided Spectre fight. I want to see it happen. I love an inside team battle. Always feels like politics to me. We'll wait and see. Okay, and a little bit further back as well, Legacy is on this battle too. So Legacy being pulled along by Voided, moving his way up towards Spectre. There's a lot of kindling here in GT. A lot of highly flammable material. It's just waiting for a spark. Very close battle. This could really be Legacy's chance though, hey, to make something really special out of this stint. Coming into the lobby, last place qualifier in lobby A. Has moved up to really have a shining stint. Not a great surprise after he qualified, set the 4th overall qualifying lap personally. To be up there fighting with the UGM teams, both of them, that must feel good. Not just Legacy on Voided, but Voided on Spectre as well. I think up ahead, Craviator will be quite happy with this. He managed to get on past Spectre earlier on, and the timing has been pretty nice because as these cars close up on each other, they're definitely going to start holding each other up a little bit. And they start getting side by side, which will happen soon. You got to suspect. No AP cars just for a little bit. There is one coming through, maybe next lap or the lap after. To shake things up. Oh, nice patience there from Legacy. See him not even trying to make the move on the way into T17. Just holds steady. Spectre throws it into the pits. He's done early in the pits all through this race. He'll do it again now. See Legacy, closing all the way up onto the rear of the Vantage and arguably getting himself into a position where he could move to the inside. He could try something under brakes. Instead stays line astern with Voided. I like that confidence. It just says, I'm going to follow you into the early corner, allow Voided to make a mistake, possibly in the mid and get through there. Some great driving. Alongside Spectre, we've got Freese and Goki in the pits. We just saw Freese in the pits. second time in just a few laps. So maybe that's one too many stops at this point. It could have been some damage being fixed up. Maybe with Goki as well. There's 3 specs in the pits. Now that AP car is on them. It's in there. There it goes. Scott's in fact, race leader. Coming on by, he'll be careful. He's got enough time to be careful. I think he will be. Doesn't damage anybody's race really, does he? Avoided. Falling just gently back towards Legacy. This really is the closest battle out there right now, though. So if you guys have teammates you want to check in on, don't be shy. Let me know in chat. I'll happily check in with them. As we see, it's Voided. Voided throwing it into the pit lane. But we'll bring Spectre back into the action, so we can check out how that boils out. It's Spectre who's been just pitting a little bit earlier than everybody else throughout this race. Was almost in a battle with his UGM teammate, not teammate for this race, but teammate in UGM in the Fortnite car. If you look to your right here, you might be able to see him exiting the pit lane. Has Voided done it? I think he has. Staying out a little longer, Voided makes the move on Spectre. So something must have gone wrong for Spectre during that pit stop because he was leading the way beforehand. I would also say that it's very likely that if the third car in that battle, and that's Legacy, were to now pit, he'd make up the position on Spectre. We'll wait and see. Is that carried with a DNF? That's a great shame. Carried, dropping out there. The Vanatech Esport team, we saw him covering himself in glory with a great battle with Critical. Midway through, he was running a solid third in this stint. And does disconnect. So where are we looking? Let's get on board with Legacy if we can. So I think I find it likely that Legacy... Oh, Renault throws out the inside a little bit riskily there. I find it likely Legacy's going to pit at this point and get himself back on with track position between Spectre and Voided. We'll wait and see. I mean, with even a bit of luck, he might be able to pass Voided here. You never know. Is he going to pit? He's going to stay out. He's going to stay that line. We would have had to have done a bit of a break, bit of a check-up to get into the pit lane with that line through T17. A lot of AP cars behind Voided right now, though, trying to find their way through in T17. I think there's another one up there as well. There's Joe through. That's fun for us. 2 more GT cars in the pit lane as we pass it. It's Commando exiting. Let's go on board with that. That's close. Is that ahead of Spectre? It is. Commando. So Spectre really losing out on his outlap. I don't know what happened there. A mistake, maybe traffic. But he's all the way back behind Commando now, and Commando exiting the pit lane, cold tires, does manage to hold Spectre off. Dropping back down this field now. It was at the start of this race that Spectre overtook Craviator for the lead in GT for quite some time. Didn't manage quite to hold on to it throughout the whole stint, though. That's a great shame. All right. I'm just excited to see Legacy pit at this point. It's going to be pretty spicy, I think, when he gets out of there. Where is he on track? Legacy. Okay, they're coming down between T16 and 17 right now, Legacy. Remember, this is the guy who started last on the grid. He's fought and fought and fought. A lot of heart in this drive. To my eye, I thought Spectre is on the same strategy now. I think he is. I could be wrong. If he's one ahead of the rest, then he's doing great. And I take it all back. But I thought he was on the same strategy now. Oh, behind Barcode. Yeah, Barcode's a laptop. It's out of sync. Spectre continues to chase Commando after getting caught up. Legacy still hasn't done it. Going back around for another run past the lines shortly, so we'll get there eventually. I've got to say, Commando, I think, will be doing well to hold Spectre back at this point. There isn't that much stint to go. I mean, what? It'll end at 22, so that's 25 more minutes. We're starting to get to a range now where if you really strongly, staunchly defend, then you can pull something out by the end of the stint. It could be that Commando will fight this. I think he already is, to be honest. Good little battle though. As we mentioned, Spectre after this stint will be swapping out with Lightning for stint number 2. Commando just up ahead will be doubling though. He'll be still here for stint number 2. Legacy, meanwhile, going to swap out for Zach the 1. Vantex Racing team. I've got to say, you know, Legacy really feels like sort of the shining star in that team, at least from qualifying pace. So we'll wait and see whether the lap times stay up if they go from stint to stint. Zach the Slow says that the one in chat. Just watch me in stint 3. Just wait until you see my face in stint 3. Then you'll feel good about yourself. Once again, come on Legacy, give us a race here. Let's go. Not yet. Not yet. He's staying out, enjoying the clean air. It's probably the wise move. Probably the right thing to do, isn't it? This battle between Fun for Us and Joe has been going all through the race. They've really never been apart. And we can hop back on with them. Definitely the closest two drivers in the AP field. It's nice to see him racing close to each other, but at this point, after driving, you know, line astern for 1 hour and 20 minutes, I just feel like in this battle in particular, there isn't like a big spark there right now. I don't think Fun For Us is really looking for a way through desperately. He's more just following Joe, setting pace with him and doing his best to clock up as much distance as he possibly can. I mean, he'll punish Joe for a mistake if he makes one, of course. Got the leader of the race in the pits as well, that's worth noting. So Scott's in taking a moment, stretching the hands before he gets himself back on track. Inspector still can't find his way past Commando. A couple of GT cars that are going to get past quite closely here. This is one of them. This is someone we haven't seen a lot of this race. Irash, lobby host, and someone doing the good work of Tora in this lobby. So thank you, Irash. Renault finds his way through. There's going to be a couple more cars behind. As Commando gets things wrong through T17 and maybe gives a chance here to Spectre. Can't quite punish him on acceleration, although Commando will go defensive down towards Sunset. Cars really looking dangerous the way they pivot. They're really tuned to rotate, so just twitching on the straight like that. Both been using all the track on the way out the corner. Legacy still has not pit. Would say though, Commando now under I think a little extra pressure than he has been for a few laps. Just that mistake, it looked like he ran wide through T15. Couldn't quite bring the car back to get the maximum speed onto the back straight after T16. Brakes there from Spectre. That's a beautiful late apex. Good and early on the throttle. The Aston's got great acceleration, but once it's wound up, the C7R's alright. Nothing wrong with that top end. It's enough to defend at least. I gotta say, inside the team, when we saw how many BMWs there were, especially in this lobby, saying we're going to be a sitting duck on the straights. It's been okay. Been a nice balance of cars. I can see a GT car in the pit lane. Who could it be? Barcode. So, stint leader, Barcode, in the pits. I think this will bring him back into the normal amount of pit stops. I suspect Barcode will still have a healthy lead. Don't get me wrong. Could be wrong. Legacy's through at the very least. But Legacy is also due a pit stop. So Barcode just down to second. Yeah, you got to think Barcode is going to quite comfortably own this stint. Running with the ESV Motorsport team. With his teammates Bullet, Bobbits and Breeze. If your name begins with B, then you're allowed. Barcode back out on track. I'm going to make sure that we keep an eye on Legacy, who is now nominally leading the stint, but will have to pit one more time. Ah, Solar, good to see you. Solar will be joining the race in what, 3 hours time or so? Hopping into stint number 3. I'll be racing in stint number 3 as well, so I'll see you then. I really get the feeling that Legacy's about to put this thing in the pit lane, so let's hop on board with him in just a tick. There we go. We go through the last couple of corners on this track. So the big question really is, it's not who's going to win the stint, Barcode's got it, but it's really where does Legacy slot back in after the pit stop. I think he's going to be ahead of Spectre, probably ahead of Commando. Maybe he'll be fighting with Voided. There it is in the pit lane, so this is the one. I think the person to get on board with in the background is going to be Voided. That's the big one. And the fight, therefore, is for third in class. Craviator's, I think, done enough to come second in GT. We'll wait and see, of course. And Voided, the question is whether he's done enough to match. And I think he will, and looking at just the positions here. Look to the right here as Voided comes down the straight. You can see the exit to it. And easily passed. Well, I said easily, but actually you get a pretty good head of speed on coming out of the pits here, and Legacy is close. Just not passed just yet. Behind Legacy there is a little bit of a gap back to that battle we were previously looking at, to Legacy and to Spectre and Commando, excuse me. We can check in with that, but these two are going to be a little out of reach. So that's a shame for Spectre. He did lose out pretty badly in the middle of the stint there. I'm sure we'll find out all about that in chat after the stint. Missed it on stream. I would say we have two battles in GT, but Legacy is a little bit disconnected from Voided. This is his tyres warm up. It's much closer here between Spectre and Commando. Wide. It happens again. I think this is what happened a few laps ago, and Scottson. You're my hero, Scottson. He saved my car. Great. Okay. Well, Scottson. I think the move would have been on there, but Scottson came like the Dark Knight from nowhere and put his car exactly where Spectre wishes he hadn't. And so Scottson moves on up through the field. You can see him actually here passing on by between Void and Legacy. Heading on forward. And Spectre's going to have to find another way to do it. Alright, the defense is back on. And C7R is looking... It's looking very loose on the mid-corner. You can really see how much, compared to the Aston, which really leans on its front tyres very heavily, you can see that C7R rotating from this very strong angle of attack on the mid-corner. I mean, it works when Commando's driving it. I can't make it do that, though. Very late there on the apex. Commando. Gonna hurt his acceleration out the corner. Spectre may have an opportunity here. Critical with the critical assist. Just looking up to the field now. We're on board with Legacy. Critical's going to find his way through in a second. We'll keep monitoring this fight between Spectre and Commando as well. This might be on, actually, is just out of tower. Commando got a little bit bogged down. Saw the car wobbling a little bit, and that's 4 wheels off the racing circuit for Spectre, who has to bail on the move. Right back in behind Commando. You got to think there'll be it's a matter of when at this point. The question is whether he can do it in time, I guess. I mean, what is it? 10 minutes left on the stint. in the race time that we have. I don't know how accurate that is. I think quite close. Here we go again. This is definitely the closest battle on track right now. A little look outside as Commando gets it wide. Exit of turn 1. And Spectre tries, but just can't get the nose of that car into the corner in the same way that the C7R can. He had a massive gap there. Yawning gap that was left for him. Couldn't quite navigate the car into it. Commando back on the defensive now, very staunchly on the way into the hairpin, using up as much road as he really can. Gonna hurt his exit, but look at that, just sits on the racing line, takes the tap, and we're off. Yeah. Multiple commandos, for sure. I think Commando FM was previously PTG Commando, if I remember rightly. You're wrong. I've got a replay set up of that moment from the previous lap. I just think that it just feels like Spectre's going to make this happen at any second now. There's another moment from Commando on the exit to the corner. Tries to get on the defense. Does manage to take that inside line. But now it's going to be side by side through the last bend. Up ahead as well. I've got to say Legacy is all over the rear of Voided now. So things setting up in GT for a pretty epic finish. Commando manages just about to weigh it out on the way into the T17. The corner entry of the C7R cannot be scoffed at. It's enough to defend in most situations. Just the Aston can't get its nose in the same way. And just up the road, Legacy looking at the rear of Voided here as well. No perfect opportunity just yet for him. We'll wait and see. Here we are back with battle just behind between Commando and Spectre. It's a little defensive there. Nice. You don't want to overwork it, and I think Commando's doing a good job of kind of running that compromise between really exaggerating his defensive lines and not doing enough. Every time, the corner entry on that C7R is enough to fight off the Aston. And the acceleration on the way out the corner sets him up for next time as Spectre gets it wrong on the way into Tower. A little lock-up. It's going to set him back. After all that fighting, you could see he was on his limit. Legacy now all over Voided, but you could see Spectre was on his limit. And just pushed a little bit too hard. We can watch it again. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll be racing. Commando's my teammate. I'll be racing in that car shortly. I'll take a small amount of pleasure watching this. Oh, hold on, let's jump back because Legacy is up the inside of Voided right now. Does manage to park it on T17. Park it on the line. Voided's going to have to fight to get back into this race at this point. On the outside line now, running down towards T1. Voided looking for a way through and does hold it off just on the corner entry. The BMW is good though on grip. And you can see again the Aston's front end letting down another team. This time around, Voided losing out to Legacy. Breathing down his neck now. This has been a great compound move between these two. Renault says, all right. You guys pause for 1 second. I'm going to come through. All right. Resume. This is the other UGM entry, also losing a position. So both UGM cars here, just in the course of a few laps. Well, both in battles at least. I guess Commando was already ahead. I think Legacy's got this though. He's got such great pace, so fast. I think he's going to just be able to check out. Spectre remains a long way behind Commando after that mistake last lap. Have a little look through the field, see what we've got. It is a very open field right now. Things are very chill. We can monitor some of the AP cars as they get through some lapping. And stay on board here with Spectre, of course. Yeah, that's a great tune, Zach. Ooh! Coming back from the black screen and seeing Spectre really in the side of Legacy there. Voided, sorry, in the side of Legacy. Fun for us, filtering on by. Tried something out. Just on the way into the corner. Looking at DNF. Is that Remix who just dropped out? I think it is. Have a look. Remix was running right for the NWR Birchie's FIFA Rage team for 160. Putting in a good result. That's a shame. He'll be swapping in with Convictions, who's the pace car driver earlier on in this stint, in stint 2. So he'll be back, but that's a shame. There's a sting in the tail there of stint number 1, with another car dropping out. Void and Legacy are definitely the closest on this track. Spectre is, I think. Well, we can check, but I feel like that's closer than it was. But you can see that gap is. It's toast, that battle. Toast. When it comes down to Spectre and Legacy, but I think Legacy has a legacy. You can see he's pulled maybe 2 car lengths over those couple of laps. It's enough for now. It's enough for a start. We can check out the real terms lead that Barcode has, and it is impressive. Have a look at this. This is Craviator running second place, pole position sitter, mind you, in GT. Lost out, and Barcode has put the entire straight, the home straight, between himself and second place. These two are on the same pit stop strategy right now. I'm going to say, I'm pretty sure they are. And Barcode has put in a really great stint. He just checked out early on. If I'm really honest, I kind of ignored him for most of the stint. He's done a great job. Just behind this remains the battle for third place in class in GT. Legacy finding his way past Voided, up into third. Great run, Legacy. Oh, he's done 3. Reading back in chat. Has Barcode still got a pit stop to go? He's surprised. I guess it's the pit lane's probably closed now anyway. In fact, the stint's going to come to a close any second. Barcode's done this. Okay, gotcha. Alright, this stint's going to run to an end any second now. I guess it's time to check in with Scotty Bot. See what he's managed. Here he is. Had a great battle with Critical earlier on. What have we got for next stint? We've got Scottson staying on, and we've got Critical staying on. So hopefully we can get a rerun of the Scottson Critical battle for the second stint running. I'm hoping for that. But for this time round, for this sparring match between Scottson and Critical, it looks like Scottson's done it. Wasn't so much a mistake from Critical, maybe a little bit of a mistake. just got slowed down a touch and enough to allow Carried, who since dropped out of the race, but Carried to get into a battle with him. And that was what Scottson needed to pull away. And since then, it's been all she wrote on this race. Oh, hold up. We've got a little last-minute battle as everyone jumps on the brakes. Everyone's on the brakes. And the thing's over. There was a last minute, and we can see the adjustment happening here between Legacy and Voided. These two were fighting so hard, they didn't notice the stint ending. So they're reversing back to where they were. Good job, guys. Okay, so this is the end of stint number 1. If you guys are new to endurance racing with Tora on Forza, what happens now is all of the drivers tell their respective lobby hosts how much distance they put in. That gets noted down. And then the drivers get switched around and we restart from the grid. And we'll do another 2 hours starting in 20 minutes time. So shortly, we'll be kicking off with the next stint of this race. Enthralling. I've loved it. I've loved the first one, especially that battle between Scottson and Critical. I'm really curious to see how that works out next time. Carried as well will be in the next stint. So coming back in, plugging back in for another go. Commando in chat as well. GG's, man. Great job. Great job. Well defended from Spectre. I thought he was going to find his way through, but you put it up. Defended well. And of course, fabulous job to all the drivers out there. Barcode with a commanding victory in that stint. Next time, Craviator is going to swap for Will Zoom. So we'll see whether or not Zoom gives Bullet, who's swapping for Barcode, a bit more of a challenge. You never know. You just might. Interesting stint coming up, everyone. So that'll be starting... I mean, I would say it'd be starting in 20 minutes. But it might be starting a little sooner than that. I think we're running a little bit behind time right now. And so they might look to start it as soon as possible. For now, though, I'll press the pause button on the stream and we'll be back with you as soon as that stint gets going. So you're not going to miss anything. Stay here right on the channel. Go grab yourself a drink or something to eat. And we'll be with you with stint number 2 very, very shortly. Nice going, guys. All right, we're back. Getting ourselves warmed up, ready for race stint number 2. We're on board with lobby host here, Conviction, sitting in 5th place. And it's going to be a prompt start to this race. We're just going to be heading around turn 1 and then getting going. And so get ready for us to be back in the action pretty quickly here. It's loading in straight into the race, and with a little bit of luck, we won't see any disconnect off the start. And things will run beautifully, smoothly, as they always do here in Tora. Okay, we'll just hop backwards a little bit there. Boom, 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 boom. And there we go. We've got a look forward up the grid in AP on the main screen. In the top right, you can see some of the action from GT. Sitting on board right now with Nexus, I think. At the moment. I think it's when you exit Sector 1 that the hammer's going to drop. So just wait for these guys to all make their way under the Chevrolet bridge, and when they do, here it comes, it'll be time to go. Critical versus Scottson, round 2, ding, and we're off and underway. Scottson gets a good start, but it's Eagle up against Cod Chaos. See Eagle on the outside there, Cod Chaos going defensive into the hairpin, and Eagle so brave on the brakes with the cold tyres, I love it. Straight on and up and through, and Cod Chaos getting past early on. That is good news, especially for our driver up the road who is wanting to do battle with Scottson. Last time round it was the VNX car that really put an end to Critical's chances of catching up to Scottson and fighting him. And this time round, it's just going to be these two, I think, from the start, as Cod Chaos gets into an accident behind. Just falling backwards again, getting bullied there by Convictions, it looked like, through Tower. We just caught the tail end of that incident. We'll stay on board here with this fight for the lead. Looking backwards down the field as well, we can check in with the drivers in the GT division. Right now, Will Zoom is up against Lightning, which is the kind of lineup that's reminiscent of Forza Racing, really, isn't it? It's two very, very fast drivers in this game. Lightning, who's at the fastest time in qualifying, up against Will Zoom, somebody who redefined Latin American Forza a little while ago and really pushed the standard up in a way that nobody else has before. I don't think anyone really has since in that region. Really an impressive driver. We've got a big old scrap happening, well, up and down this field, let's be real. And we've got a car in the wall. That's Commando, is it? Commando, I think, took a trip into the barrier there. We're going to check for damage. I just saw him flip into it. Okay, got away with the accident, but certainly lost a lot of time. Okay, we'll get back to switching himself. Ooh, this Commando picks up another little moment there. And you can see on the GT pack that immediately has separated things out and split the pack as we get a big black screen, and we start to wonder whether or not we're going to get a restart. Maybe it will be. We'll wait and see. Is that Lightning dropping out? Hey, Buckside, what's up, man?
That this is a restart, so that actually goes well for me.
I think it is. I think it's a restart. Yeah, you're just here in time to for us to forget what we've just seen and begin again. That was a late restart. Usually they happen a little bit earlier than that. Maybe was that lap 2?
All right, so fill me in. What's happened in stint 1?
Well, okay, it's been pretty sick. There's been a much closer battle with ESV this time round in the top of the top class. That's Scottson, who we saw last year. If you cast your mind back, Scottson dominated this race, and this time round, he's been in a very close battle with Critical. Last time round, Critical got held up by Carried, the VNX driver, and that's what allowed Scottson to get away. But this time round, Carried hasn't run. He dropped out halfway through the last race because of a connection issue, and he's got a teammate sitting in for him in stint number 2. So it might give Critical the chance that he needs to take the fight to Scottson. We'll wait and see on that. Are you in the lobby as well? I should ask. Have you found your way in the lobby?
Yes.
You are. Good. Okay.
Yes,
cool.
I just got in.
Cool. On the GT side, ESV dominated the last stint. That was Barcode last time round, who did a really good job, miles ahead of everybody else. It was actually a super close fight for really second and down. Craviator came second, and third was, I think, actually it was Legacy who got third in the end in a really good performance. He came from last on the grid all the way up to third. So a good run from Legacy, who was swapped this time round for Zach the One. So VNX Zach the One in the M6 is running in the same car that Legacy was previously. So we'll wait and see how that goes as well. So there's a lot to look out for. I think especially that battle between Critical and Scottson is the thing that's going to be exciting to watch.
It's always exciting to watch when there's somebody knocking on ESV's bumper. Yeah. Tends to bring out the most spectacular performances from both sides.
It's one of those things that, like, if you pull it off, if you beat ESV, then it's gonna make your name in the game.
Yeah, for sure. Seems that I am having. Oh no, there we go. Now it's loaded in.
You're in. Yep. I could do spectate again. Beep beep beep. Click all my buttons. Okay. Oof. So I think everyone's readying up. We've got 22 for 24 in the lobby, which I think is the right number. So I think everybody's here, which is good. It's just a matter of getting the thing started.
Am I loaded in on your screen? Because right now I am spinning.
Are you spinning? Yes, you're spinning. You're spinning for me also. Oh, looks like there's a reload anyway.
I heard a sound.
Yeah, something's happened.
So yeah, I hear sounds, but I can't see things. Oh, there we go.
Yeah? You're still spinning, it says, but maybe it'll resolve itself this time. You're spinning as well as other people.
There we go.
There we go. Good. You got it.
Now I can actually see things.
You're in.
Oh, that was definitely a stint to forget for me.
How did it go?
Couple of spins. It wasn't great. It was definitely one to forget.
Oh, man. Oh, well, it's a long race. It's a long race.
Exactly.
It's fine, but...
Exactly.
Unlucky, man. You're in lobby B, right?
We're in C lobby.
C lobby.
Yeah. It was actually looked like a pretty good scrap to watch at the end there between the two leading AP cars, but I believe it ended with one contact with GT car.
Oh no!
With 5 minutes to go and having to limp all the way around with full damage.
Oh no, that's so rough.
So yeah, definitely a dramatic stint.
Yeah.
I did have a really good scrap with TMS Hayden early on, but then once I was on my own, I was nowhere.
Yeah. Well, I'll be driving next stint, so we'll see how I go. And also lobby hosting for the first time. That'll be a fun one on the channel here. You guys can spectate the ins and outs of lobby hosting.
I'm actually surprised that I was able to make the beginning of this lobby because we had a full lobby disconnect about 20 minutes in the first time round, so I thought we were going to be way behind.
No.
But seems that A lobby has had its share of delays as well. Actually works out well for me.
A little bit, about 35 minutes behind time right now. Rody, yeah, I blame you, Rody. Well, that guy Lamborghini, whoever that guy is. Yes, I think we'll be up and running in shortly, as you can see here. Nice to have you though in this stint. Good to have someone to chat with.
Absolutely,
quite nice.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, I rarely do stints alone, but it was quite nice as well. You sit there and you sort of chat through it and talk to chat. So it's,
yeah, most definitely easier than going solo. I know all about going solo.
Yeah, right. You're a pro at that one, doing the these long endurance races. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we're loading back in. I'm gonna jump off of Lightning here and get us just back to Voided, I think, and then Critical is the person. Actually, no. Let's get COD Chaos. Okay, there we go. Okay. We're good. We've got the people I wanted to be on board with, and now we can set up a nice little pip like that and get ourselves going for the race start. So in the main screen, we're going to have AP, and then on the little top right screen, we'll have the GT start, and things are going to go loud when we get under the Chevrolet bridge. So just past the first sector of this track.
Don't forget your race time, Riley.
Oh, very much. I'll click it when we go under the bridge. We're expert. Actually, that doesn't matter. Think about it.
Yeah.
Now is when I'll click it. I've decided.
There you go.
Okay, so this is the battle up ahead here. Critical actually didn't get that great a start last time round, and maybe we'll want to be a bit closer to Scottson this time. Meanwhile, back in GT, ESV Bullet is going to have to find his way past Lightning and Zoom up ahead, and I think that's a very big ask from Bullet, but you never know. This is the place where legends are made. Scottson drops the hammer, and away we go under the Chevrolet bridge. This time around, Cod Chaos, who we're running on board with, is going to be hoping for a slightly better start. Meanwhile, back in GT, those guys are getting going now as well. Lightning looking to the inside of Zoom. He managed to get past with a cheeky move last time round, and hoping to do the same this time. Around the outside of the hairpin right now with Zoom holding him off, and Bullet is now up the inside as well. These guys are going to be going for it. Let's actually switch on with the GT race right here, because it's heating up. Lightning down to third, Bullet up into second, and we're running on board with the UGN Fortnite squad with Voided on for a second stint as Lightning comes back on Bullet straight away.
And right as you clicked away from COD Chaos, we had Eagle all over him and trying to send it up the inside, but no change in position there.
Got Eagle on board with right now, and just looking forward the road. Last time round, Codcurse really got bullied by the cars behind. He'll be happy, I think, just to be in third place at the end of this lap as Eagle looks to move on, tries it up the straight, out of turn 16. He's going to make this happen, I think. It's looking
Yeah,
like
he's got the drive.
What's that?
Ooh, too wide. A little bit of a lockup up front.
Check back to the field here. We've got a
And that is
disconnect.
move done.
Move done. Nicely done. And we're okay. I think everybody is now underway. No disconnect. A little bit of a black screen, but we're all good. Okay. Here's the battle for GT we're looking at right here. This is Lightning and Zoom. Zoom did manage to buy himself a gap with that sort of moment of tumult for Lightning. Actually, Lightning really losing out there on the main straight. I didn't quite see what happened there.
That is quite a pace difference.
What on earth?
Does he have engine damage?
I am hitting the replay button just because I did not see what happened at all. So we'll just replay it. We can always look backwards in time using the joy of replays. So we should hop on board at some point soon. Here we go with them. And
Lightning is dropping like a rock right now in real time.
Okay, let's get on
He's
board with
back
him.
down in 11th overall right now.
Something happened. Did he buzz a gear or something? Let's have a look at his
Very
car.
well
So
could have been.
Lightning, right now, no damage. Nothing going wrong with this car. What on earth is going on?
Engine damage was definitely the plague of my existence last stint. Coming up in a very awkward spot in turn one, a very awkward line, just downshifted a little bit too much.
Yeah.
So it's very, very easy around here, especially in APs, to get some engine damage.
It's easily done. Well, luckily for Lightning, no engine damage, nothing gone permanently wrong, just losing out some time at the start of this race. Just up the road, you can still see Voided, and that's Zoom just beyond him. So that is second and first up the road, so you never know, Lightning maybe able to close that gap. It's not enormous yet at this point in the race, but also not the best start for him. Critical continues to chase down Scottson, and these two are close, but not within striking range, I think, just yet for Critical, who is looking at the road towards Scottson. He's back to his kind of sliding corner entries. I don't know if he's actually using handbrake. I don't think he is. It's just the car pivoting in this kind of handbrake-esque way.
Yeah, our setup on the Ford kind of does that as well, but then as soon as the TCS bog starts, you're just going straight, and it's not too pleasant once that happens, but that initial beautiful rotation, you're just like, that's
Yeah,
good.
that's satisfying. Yeah, it looks like it's like a rubber band. You know, it just kind of pulls it out and it snaps back sort of midway through the corner. We'll see about a battle at this point.
I'm still just not quite sure what's happening to Lightning. Again, on the straight, it looked like at least 5 miles per hour down, was overtaken by Moose.
Wow, straight.
That's
so
actually
Moose
a
is
really
back
good
on him.
scrap right there, that gap in GT.
We're just on board with Bowtie right now. He's sort of behind that battle, and we'll get another camera sort of in the middle of it as well, because it's a nice little battle. Three-way fight just up ahead between Moose, Lightning, and behind them is Bullet. Lightning right now up the inside of Moose through the first hairpin, and he's up and through. Bullet looking to make good on that as well with Moose, who's all over the rear, and will have a little look and he can manage it.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, being in a straight line like this is always dangerous with these heavy braking zones. You don't want to get it wrong and end up in the back of somebody, but at the same time, you don't want to brake early because then somebody's going up the inside of you. It's always nerve-wracking going single file into these corners. Ooh,
really
is
is.
Julian getting a little interested with Bowtie there. A little bit of door banging.
Still at the moment though, it's sort of the bonnet of Bullet's car just appearing on Moose. Bullet, of course, running the ESV Challenger here and representing the team that is leading the race right now on distance after stint number 1. So he'll be hoping, I think, for a better finishing position than the 5th that he's currently sitting in this stint. I'm not on board with him as he heads down towards turn 17. I don't think the C7R is going to be able to do it on the straights though. But really, corner entry has been the place where it's been the strongest, especially compared to the Aston.
I can't speak too much with GT cars because I haven't seen them, but that does sound about right, as we have that battle between OTR, Eagle, and COD Chaos still raging. Another swap of position there. Nice move up the inside of the hairpin for Eagle to get him up into 3rd.
Wow, there's so much fighting in this race already. So here's COD Chaos who
Ooh,
gets
COD
attacked.
Chaos, very loose.
Managed to save it. That was a decent save as well, with Brandy just giving him a little nudge to the double left-hander, and it was enough to get the car unsettled.
Absolutely, and that's so dangerous there because these cars have so much power. It just takes one little snap and you're facing the wrong way.
Okay, I was looking for it. Eagle will go all 4 over the racing line there, and straight line the corner. You can't do that every lap. It's fine for once.
Yeah, definitely a cheeky little line there that's definitely right on the edge of being legal or not.
Yeah. Yeah. Voided is actually starting to pile the pressure on Zoom right now as well for the lead of GT. Zoom has held the lead this time round. The team Mandem did qualify on pole, so they will take that pole position in stint number 2 as well. And Zoom managed to hold on to it in a way that Praviator couldn't in stint 1. Now, though, the pressure really is going to start mounting with Carried right behind, with Voided right behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys are not too far up the road, so if they start slowing each other down, this could bring Lightning right back into the fray.
Lightning is running 3rd now, and quite, well, more comfortably than he was. I wouldn't quite call it comfortable. We're on board with Lightning here. He's spent a little while being overtaken every straight by Moose, who was just behind. But he's managed to make a gap that's big enough now for him to bang in some lap times. And knowing Lightning and having seen him race a few times, I would say that, you know, once he gets some clean air, once he gets some momentum, he's a pretty strong driver. So it should be all right to, I think, close that gap up ahead. I would suspect.
I would most definitely bet money on that as well, that we will see this become a 3-way battle before too long, bar any unforeseen circumstances.
Right, yeah.
Shaping up quite nicely to be a thriller at the front.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a great race. Let's check in a little bit with the drivers in the GT field. I've got to say, Eternitum, I think, is running... Yeah, we've got Ellis Eternitum running in the GT field for my team. This is for 12 hours of seasoning, we're called. I think Commando was scheduled for this stint, so hopefully Commando's all right, because maybe his connection's just a bit dodgy this time around. But I didn't see the message, and so Eternitum hopping into the car for stint number 2.
That car does actually really pop when I'm investigating it for the first time.
Yeah, it's cool, right?
Also, I think the absolute coolest thing about that is right on the right side of the car, there's that looks like almost like a spray can, but the mirror being white looks like it's spraying out of the car.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen that. I have to find this from the other side. There you go. Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, it does, yeah. And this is by Ice Rabbit Design, who is on Twitter as Mesosphere. Half of the Mesosphere account. So it's a great livery. Nicely put together.
It is. I'm not sure if that little detail was intended or not, but it looks really good.
Yeah, it's cool. That's a cool thing. We've got a bit of a moment, I think, for Critical this last lap. We're definitely seeing a bigger gap here between Critical and Scottson. Which is a shame. I think, you know, Critical did show last time that he was able to reel Scottson in. At the same time, after one stint of dominating, I think Scottson, you know, it becomes... He's somebody who sort of winds himself up, I think. And once he's into his groove and once he's all wound up, pretty difficult or pretty rare to see him make a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, of course, it is Scottson, so it's going to be very difficult on the best of days to stay with him. So, yeah.
Especially in P-Class car.
Absolutely.
All right, we're back on with Lightning, who has bridged that gap. We were talking about it previously and is now breathing down the neck of UGM Voided and trying to put a move together here. Voided just gets out of the way. That's a good teammate. Wow.
That was
Voided just jumps out the way. Okay. Well, we've got some UGM orders happening here. I think there's definitely an A team and a B team on this track.
Seeing that, you would think so.
Love it. Love it. So Voided back into third. Lightning doesn't lose any time and is now chasing down Will Zoom. Zoom, of course, another very fast driver on Forza Motorsport 7. The likelihood is he'll fight it and he'll try to chase down Lightning. We'll see how that goes.
Absolutely. It's a classic team orders situation where you let the other driver through to see if they can make any progress, and if not, they'll probably swap it back.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. I suspect, I mean, I can't see Lightning giving it back again, though. Being like, oh, it turns out I can't do it. Have it back again, mate.
True. Team might say that was the plan, but I don't think any driver willingly is just like, yeah, I'll let you go back.
I'll let you go back at that again, yeah. Zoom looking a little bit under pressure there, a little bit wide through T16. At the back of the AP class, we can hop on board with the battle between, this is Convictions and Z. This is for the 6th position in class. And they are very close to each other. They're having a good little scrap.
Absolutely. I've been kind of watching that one off of the main feed for a while now, and they've traded positions 2 or 3 times. So definitely a feisty scrap going on here. Been clean so far, though.
Lightning now breathing heavily down the neck of Zoom. Zoom will know what he had for lunch.
There you go. But yeah, this is definitely going to get quite exciting here, I think. Because it would definitely seem that Lightning has the pace advantage of Zoom, but Zoom has what I would assume to be quite a wide Corvette.
I think it's going to be a very wide Corvette as the two of them head down towards the hairpin. Zoom locked onto that inside line and does enough to push Lightning wide and then takes the line back again. That was well timed. Wasn't quite taking 2 lines, but it wasn't quite not taking 2 lines either, which is just what you want to do as a racing driver.
Definitely a clever bit of defending there, for sure.
Moves out to the right again for the second hairpin. Lightning doesn't have it in the straight line. I think it's going to be the corner exit. That's a Corvette. Does look nicer through the corners, but it's just that punch of power that the Aston has on the exit. It really sort of Millennium Falcons out of these corners as Lightning puts the nose up the inside at
back
tower.
Out. Ooh. Zoom was absolutely not going to let that one sneak through.
It's like a real sort of spring of a move, wasn't it? Leaning on the rear quarter panel of Zoom and having a good old think about it.
Absolutely. That's one of those moves that you just kind of hang out there and, you know, maybe it'll work, but it honestly was never going to work.
Bang on the power again, the run down towards T17.
We've also begun the field overlap. Scottson has only lost a few tenths of the first few GT cars, so still a 1.5 second gap between Scottson and Critical at the moment.
And you can see on the minimap that that's still a little way away from affecting these top 2 drivers as Lightning gets on to the inside at T17, but really he's fighting for an outside line and a slice of the track as they run down towards turn 1. Will he try all the way around the outside, do the solo special?
It's going to be very difficult, but he will try the over-under.
Wow.
And now he's got the inside line for turn 2, and I think that's move done, maybe?
Zoom hangs in there,
oh,
man.
No,
he's
not quite.
There. 2 wheels on the grass. He's going to try for it. Not quite managing to defend, but he might be able to see the slither of a gap on the corner exit. Not quite enough. And Voided even now thinking about what he can do to get on past Zoom as well, with a little bit of luck, Zoom will gather this thing together and take the fight back to Lightning.
Look at
straight
that.
away. He does.
That was an incredibly aggressive move there.
And Voided wants to double overtake. He's actually at the inside of Lightning still. Backs off just enough to let him back onto the track, and now Lightning's going to have to do it again. I love that aggression. That was awesome. I'm
Absolutely.
saving replays and deleting replays all the time here. Zoom with a masterful use of the brakes there.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulled out to the point where Lightning already had to commit, so there was really nothing he could do about it. I saw
man.
a prototype off there with damage. I think that was SSRZ, and that might have been a disconnect.
Look at this ticker on the top there.
No disconnect. Still 18 cars.
Okay, Lightning once again around the outside, and this time fighting for it. He is going to make the overtake, I think, just about. Does get the car in front of Zoom's on the way into the back sector of the track there. Nicely done from Lightning. Zoom wants it straight back again, and will try,
Here
but
comes Scottson.
not quite. Scott's coming through. I wonder how
Look
long
at
he's been waiting
Zoom
there.
trying to take the toe there. just a tiny little bit.
And now Critical as well. There is going to be a
Doing
gap
it
behind
again.
Critical. Into T17. What's going to happen? He's got that good front end from the
Off the
C7R.
inside.
That's what I'm talking about. The Aston has this understeer on the way into the corner. This makes it very difficult to own the track in the same way the C7R does. Zoom not quite able to make the move stick though. Maybe he'll have another
Look at
chance in
Voided.
T1.
Oh, I think he's going to try to over-under again, as we saw the move before, but Zoom comes all the way inside and leaves no chance of that.
Well, if there were
He
ever
had
any
the
team
wide
orders-
setup to
Yeah.
slice up the inside, but Zoom was already there.
So I think Voided is going to try and make this happen. Surely now, Lightning is like, go Voided, go! You know,
Yeah,
you let
exactly.
me
He
through.
wants as much pressure taken off of him as possible right now.
Yeah, put the move on already. The second that Voided makes this move, if he does, he's going to take all the pressure of Lightning.
I know that this is very enthralling to watch right now, but we can't forget about the battle for first in Prototype, which is now within a second. I think
Oh,
that
wow.
this battle that we're watching slowed Scottson down enough so that Critical is now right up on his tail. Not quite within overtake range, but definitely within pressure range, I would say. I think we had a few offs, Mashiro and Moose as well, or maybe that was a pit stop for Moose, but I know that I saw Mashiro moving slowly at some point and zooms
Eagle.
way out wide.
That was Eagle, just giving him a tap through tower. We saw it right on the stream. So Zoom just knocked way onto the grass on the exit of tower. See Eagle trying to push his way through up through the field, and the AP class comes pouring through. No luck quite as poor as Zoom's for the drivers who are now ahead just yet. It's a long old stint
Look
though,
at
there'll be
that.
plenty of time.
Brandy and Cod Chaos going 2 wide. They're going to go 3 wide into the entry with Lightning.
Okay, let's get on board with Con Chaos for that one. Does manage to stick it out. Pretty classy there. And Brandy chasing him through. Sure, Zoom will have some choice words for the OTR team after that. We can check in though with that battle for the lead, as that does diffuse things very slightly back here. It's not that close just yet, but it is. It's definitely within striking distance shortly, I think, for Critical. One of the things we saw in stint number 1 is that Scottson doesn't necessarily have truly the one-lap pace on Critical. I do think he might have consistency over him, but for the short period that Critical can run with Scottson, I think he has a good chance to be able to get through.
Absolutely does appear to be that way, and I would want to say we also saw a similar situation in Daytona between the two of them as well, where once Critical was close to any of the ESV cars, he was there.
Well, that's it. He's a great driver, Critical. I think, you know, a real asset for LMR.
Absolutely, I'd say he's definitely up there with
Yeah.
the top guys at the moment.
Especially in these faster cars, he seems to do just a great job. Consistent, fast. You know, is he as consistent as fast as Scottson, like, you know, probably the best P-class driver in the game? I don't know. Question
I don't know if anybody is.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not, you know, that's not a criticism. No one is.
Yeah, not at all.
But he's going to have a chance here to show that he is. I mean, if he can win this stint, then it's the question is back open. about whether or not he can close that gap and put the move on.
Absolutely, and it's so good to see a battle for the lead at the front of the top class, as
Yeah,
we
truly.
have not quite seen that as much recently. I don't think we saw it at all in Daytona.
No, not for a long time. Not for, maybe for a year or two. No, not that long.
So we had a few races in TEC that were very, very close. Of course, the championship in the TEC as well.
Yeah, true. But often it's like disconnects that make them close, so you end up with like an aggregate closeness
Exactly.
after someone drops. But like actually close on track, not for a while.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah.
An update on that three-way for the front of the GT class. Lightning still leads 1.3 seconds over Voided, with Zoom 0.8 behind Voided. So about 2 seconds covering the three of them. So close, but not nearly the pulse-pounding excitement that we had before prototypes got involved.
I mean, eyeballing it, I would say that Zoom is catching Voided. I think he has pace on him. I'll be interested to see whether the C7R is really able to get around the Aston. The Aston has a really sort of frustrating habit of just building a gap on the exit to every single corner. It's very difficult to make a move if you're in any other car, really. And I think it's a good defending car.
Yeah, for sure.
So
That's how I felt with my
Yeah.
Ford as well, is that we have no top-end pace against the Corvettes, but coming out of the corners, if I can get it to rotate right, it's almost impossible to send a move on the exit.
That's
from the
true,
corner.
yeah. Krav as well pointing out that he got it done. Truly he did, yeah. That's a good point, Krav. It's possible then, it's possible. Krav showing us the way.
I would... An update on Voided and Lightning. I'm watching their pace, and it's actually grown a bit. It was 1.4 or 3 seconds last lap, and now that gap has grown to 1.8. So I think Lightning has the pace over Voided right now.
Just behind, you can see the battle we're on board with right now. That's Julian looking up the road towards Bullet. Mine again, Bullet running the race-leading car right now. Maybe not at the end of this stint, but certainly coming into it. Barcode did a great job to give Bullet a really strong advantage. So we'll wait and see how that works out. Meanwhile, Critical closes the gap and closes the gap and closes the gap. And Scottson starting to look like he's a bit under pressure now.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been on board with these guys for a little while now, just looking through the field, and it seems that every corner, Critical is just inching a few centimeters closer every corner under the braking. So I think he's definitely catching. And we're going to see some moves being thought about here shortly. Ooh, and that's definitely not going to help Scottson a little bit. Well, never mind.
It's like, it's one of those like, yeah, it's one of those moves that Scottson does. And it's like, how does that not slow you down? That would slow me down.
Yeah, exactly. I thought he was going to lose quite a bit of momentum there, but he didn't lose any at all. And Pickle ended up eating some grass and losing some momentum himself. So
Yeah. I don't get it. But either way, this battle is going to continue. We're going to keep watching it. It's so good. So good to see a real fight at the top of the prototype class. Just like you say, Bob.
looking at Scottson, how he drives at the back end of that car midway through the corner, I'm just thinking like, oh, he's lost it, but he doesn't at all. He loses no stability whatsoever, even though the back end of the car is stepping out. I don't understand it.
I don't get it either. It looks like he's handbraking, doesn't it? It looks like he's stepping on the handbrake in corner entry, which of course he's not, because that's not really how handbrake works, even when drivers do use it.
Exactly. It almost makes me think of like the double
handbrake.
brake pedal that brake steer, that's what they called it, McLaren had once upon a time, where you just lightly tap and it locks only the inside rear wheel to give you more rotation. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, that's right.
But of course, that is not possible in this game by any means that I'm aware of, so I'm not sure how he's doing it.
Found the extra tuning menu. Asymmetrical tuning.
Oh, what kind of craziness we could have with that.
Yeah, right. Wow, what a cracking battle. This is awesome. Let's ask
pretty
you,
tame
in chat.
GT field right now,
Yeah.
actually. No real close battles at all. I guess Julian and Bullet kind of close within a second, just barely, 8/10. But other than that, it looks like GT field is starting the regular pit stops. I've seen Zach through the pits currently. I think I've seen Blind through the pits. I think I've seen Moose as well through the pits. So
Yeah,
getting to the pit stop window.
we are getting there. You can see that we're also getting towards the leading cars coming back through GT traffic again. That may happen the next lap or so, at least for the first couple of GT cars that are out there. That will happen right now for the first one. Let's get a battle with Scottsdale as Zach comes out of the pits just in front
Kind of
of
an
the leading
awkward
pair.
spot to catch a GT car. Lose a little bit of time there on the exit, but doesn't seem to have cost him too much.
It looked like he had to wait just a second to get on the power, but at the same time, Critical got a real wobble on. I don't know if we caught it on camera, but just on turn 2 on the exit, he ran over the curb, got a real wobble on that car. And so all's fair in love and war.
Indeed, and just it's so. I know Scotson's handbraking through the hairpin, but just seeing like the car step out like that, I just think that it's going to end in a loop.
Yeah. So, Scotty magic.
And it seems the Craviator is having issues trying to post a link in chat. Oh, no, I see what's happening now. Never mind. You fooled me, chat. You did it. You fooled me.
Right, the battle runs on. It would be so interesting to see. Maybe we end this stint and all decide that Scott Sin is washed up. Maybe that's where it's going to go. Saying it now.
I think that would be a very bold claim to make.
That's. I just want to make some stakes. Just putting some stakes out there for ESV. Had to find a new leader. Probably Moshies will have to step up, be the leader of ESV. Here we go.
I wanna
Okay,
see
all
them
right.
both pit. Okay. Are we going to see more pit lane shenanigans? We saw that a few times in Daytona.
Let's see how it goes. So both of them in the pit lane at the same time. I wonder.
Almost nose to tail coming in.
Okay. They are going to come out the same order. That's good.
Looks like the rest of the AP field has decided to follow suit as well, with Eagle in and Brandy in. Only one to stay out is COD Chaos and Convictions, who we're not going to see in this frame.
It's a Moshi's Mutiny. I did see Scottson taking an aggressive line on the exit to the pit lane there, so on the pit lane line, whereas Critical definitely was keen to make sure that he put all four wheels around the line. So we'll wait and see how that works out. That's always a fun feature of these events, is the exact rule for the pit lane exit.
Mm-hmm. And it's always unfortunate, well, or fortunate, however you view it, to be watching somebody as they have a questionable pit entry or exit on the broadcast, and you're just like, oh no. Well,
I don't want to be that guy.
Can't really get around it there.
Yeah.
But, Ali, what this has done is it's bought them some time from the field overlap, so they won't have GT cars to deal with for a little while now. So, we should be able to see these two just going at it for a little while. Maybe if COD Chaos doesn't pit out, we can see them catch him, but I don't think we'll see that. I think he'll pit out before they reach him.
This is ESV Bullet in the pit lane, taking his first stop of the day.
Speaking of GT, I would, with absolute certainty, say that Lightning has the pace over Voided, because that gap is now 4.4 seconds.
Wow. Let's
The
look
gap
at
from
Voided.
first to second.
There is a small spot in the distance for Voided, and that's what Lightning has become at this point. Disappearing up into the road. Let's have a little look on board with, while we're here, on board with Zoom, and just see how that gap has matured. And actually, I'd say that's grown as well. Zoom dropping back a little bit from
It
Voided,
has.
even.
That's about 1.7 seconds between them.
Wow. Some more AP class cars in the pits. One of them is COD Chaos on board with him right now, along with Convictions.
Those were the only two that went long, so I believe that is everybody in the AP field having made their first stop. So, all the same strategy.
Ah. I think so.
Which is definitely different to how Sea Lobby went for me, where I was the first to stop, and there was really no consistency of where people were pitting in the AP. It was just, I think everybody did their first stop on a different lap.
Yeah.
Which was a little bit confusing to try and figure out who was where. But, yeah. I wasn't in the mix anyway, so it didn't matter.
So here we are in sort of getting towards the midpoint of this in half an hour in at very least. And this is kind of the same thing that happened in the first stint, where Critical didn't really make a mistake. Nothing really happened here. Through the traffic, he got a little bit less lucky and lost out a little bit on the pit lane exit. But it's just kind of those small disadvantages that add up. And Scottson doesn't seem to let those things, either doesn't let them bother him, or, I don't know, finds a way to compensate for them. But always seems to be able to pull away. Just immune to any mistakes. It's those tiny things.
Exactly. You would, realistically, looking at it, I think that you could believe that. But yeah, it is just those small, maybe half a tenth, a full tenth things that add up at the end. You have to be faultless to keep with Scottson most of the time.
That's it. He's disappearing off into the distance. And it's just kind of, this isn't all stuff he got from the pit lane exit. It's just that momentum that he allows to grow and grow. Zoom is in a little bit of a battle with Moose here. We can check that out.
I believe he's now off sequence with the other two leaders, the UGM cars.
I think Moose, though, has been off sequence for a while, and I think this is a true battle. I don't think this is just an artifact of hits. I think this is Moose.
No, that is a very good point. Yeah, we did see them going at it early in the run, so that might actually be
Moose
overall, not aggregate.
Moose here might be actually in with a pretty good shout up against Voided in second place. Am I saying, is it Voided? It is.
Yes.
Second place in class. Might just be sort of occupying the same net place in track once Voided throws this thing in the pits. So we'll wait for that especially. Voided right now running down the back of the track in the Fortnite Aston Martin here. And we'll wait and see if he pits this thing.
And Scottson and Critical are just about to reach this three-car group that, not Bullet, who was I just talking about? Moose and Zoom are in right now. They're all coming up to the final corner at the same time.
That's what's gonna happen.
See if Scottson loses any time. I don't think he will, because he's just going to go right up the inside of both.
That was a bit of a loss, I think. He was just on the entry to the corners, got pinched a little bit by Zoom, who's fishing around behind Moose now. Critical you were on board with. They've managed to have a pretty smooth run on the way out the corner. I think that is a small advantage there to Critical in that small exchange.
Yeah. Good for a few tenths, but definitely not enough to get him right back into pressure range.
No, not at all. Not at all. That's how
but that has...
One more of those, maybe. One more.
Yeah, I was about to say, but you're already watching it. But that has brought Moose a little bit closer back to Zoom, who was starting to stretch out a little bit, Moose, but now they're back nose to tail.
Fascinating. Voided pits. I wonder if Moose has slipped too far back now, actually, but had Voided pit last lap, maybe it would have been a bit closer. A little lock up there from Moose on the way into the hairpin, and he does run a shade wide, compensates with a late apex, so nicely dealt with in the end for Moose there. A little bit of weakness showing from Aston.
Yeah, for sure, but didn't make it cost all that much at all. So well managed. And that's another really big aspect of this is when you do have little lockups or you're offline or you miss an apex, how you react is critical to minimizing the amount of time you lose.
Definitely, exactly. And I wonder whether that is the sort of, we were talking about Scottson earlier on. I wonder if that's the difference. It's like it's not that the mistakes don't happen. It's just that he's always able to compensate, always able to throw another tactic at it, got something up his sleeve to fix it up.
I do think that has some definite merit to it, is just knowing exactly what to do when unexpected situations arise and how to minimize the time lost.
That's interesting. We go into T17. Zoom definitely has the biggest advantage there, and into the run into turn 1 as well. The C7R's got such a great front end for these corners. See if we can,
Yeah, for sure. And that's somebody in the pits. That's Bowtie in the pits.
Bowtie.
For a moment there, I thought that Lightning or Voided had come in, and we had missed something big, and they were blowing past them. I was like, oh, hold on now.
Continue to push out up front. I can't see why Lightning would pit. He'll run that tank dry, I think, out with all that clean air. He's at the top of the mini-map right now. The furthest along of the green dots. Just behind him, Voided continues to push on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing in chat something that I didn't actually see. Bullet's actually not all that far away from this battle that's happening right in front of them.
You're right.
Between Zoom and Moose.
He's been sort of hidden away and it's like camouflaged inside of the in the mini-map. But here he is, Bullet, chasing down this battle that we've been following along with Zoom chasing down Moose.
Indeed.
That's good
And
games.
if this puts, yeah, for sure. And if this puts Voided whenever he makes his stop right in the middle of this could get very spicy very quickly.
Oh wow, yeah, that would set it on fire.
But Lightning right now, 7 seconds over Voided. He is absolutely on fire right now.
The dude's flying. Fastest GT time in qualifying came from Lightning. It's absolutely smashing it.
I would completely believe that statement based on that gap. And speaking of Lightning, he is in, and so is Voided. It's all about to happen.
Okay, it's about to go down. We've got also Zoom looking like he might well make the move this lap, so there's a lot to watch. We've got a camera in the pit lane with Lightning heading out. I don't think we're following the Lightning too closely, but Voided we will follow, who's just exiting the pits as we speak. Look to your right as we head on down here with this fight between... Oh, Randy!
That was very dangerous.
Well, Randy taking everyone's life into his own hands here, and just up the road. Yep, Voided does exit onto the track, does make his way through, but it's not completely clear from this battle. We can hop back here to Zoom, and you can look up the road and see the blue Aston Martin there, struggling on its cold tyres, and Moose might be able to reel it in just yet.
Absolutely. He's about 1.6 seconds ahead. I want to say that that was about the gap that before all the stops kicked off between Zoom and Voided, so not much of a change in that regard.
That's big. I think Moose, I think Moose has lost time, honestly, with the fight with Zoom. I think he was doing a little bit better for a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
So you're always going to be losing some time when you're trying to overtake a car in front of you, and when the car in front of you is focusing on defending and not just straight pace lines.
Yeah, true. It comes down to, that raw pace, and I think actually so many of these different drivers have it, and they're all being held up for different reasons. One of them's got cold tires, one of them's got a fight or a defense on, and it just depends on kind of strategically who manages to find that clean air in the way that Lightning has so successfully early in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. All those little things add up at the end of the day when you start tallying up the mileage. Even if it's only like 10, 15 feet, it can make a difference in the end. And also, at the front of AP, Critical seems to have found some inspiration and is now half a second off of Scottson, the closest they've been in some time. And they have no GT cars for a while, so it's going to be a straight fight.
My new hero, Critical. This guy right here. Awesome. Just like digging deep, You think he's done, you think he's toast, digs deep, finds it again, comes back. He's going to fight
every single time.
Fight.
Every single time, Scottson, I see the tire smoke, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, every time I see him go through, I'm like, it's done, it's over. Critical's toast. And he just, cracking driving Critical, nicely done. Keeping half an eye on this fight between Moose and Zoom, and they are reeling in Voided as well, for good measure, just in case Moose wasn't under enough pressure yet. So we'll see how it works out for the two of them. But yeah, definitely at the top of this field, we're going to monitor the battle for the lead of this game.
Yeah, Voided has definitely lost some time. He's lost a second over the course of that lap, it seems, because when he came out of the pits, he was 1.6 ahead, I believe, and now is only 0.6 ahead of Moose. So,
oh wow,
avoided losing about a second somewhere.
There was an AP car that came through. It might have been that. It might have been slowed down a little bit. Could have just been pace. Could have just been lacking pace. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely. AP cars can definitely just bounce a GT car offline in a way that slows them down just enough. I definitely had a few situations where I was like, this is very awkward to beat a GT car here.
Let's say that proximity. Moose can smell the lady moose pheromones on the road. starting to reel in Voided with an intention we haven't previously seen from Moose.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Moose really just not
Defend.
attacking. Yeah, just been very defensive throughout the entirety of his stint. Now let's see what he can do on the opposite side of the coin.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. If he can make the move happen quickly, then, you know, Voided and Zoom turn into a buffer for him. You never know. They'll get caught up and he'll check out.
We still have Bullet just about keeping tabs, about a second back from these guys. Not really gaining or losing any time. He's just sitting back there contently watching at the moment.
Yeah. He'd love to pick up the pieces, wouldn't he? You've got to think he'd be a little closer if he had the pace for it. I mean, actually, I'm looking at Julian, aren't I? I think Bullet isn't too far disconnected. His Bullet right here. So not too far out. I wonder that he might want to be a little bit closer just to pick up the pieces in case there are small mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like Critical's lost a little bit of pace. The gap was half a second before. Now it's grown back to 9/10. So a bit of an accordion right there.
Yeah, I can see that on the back straight. Those two just a little bit further disconnected than they had been previously. Hopefully Critical can find, you know, a fourth wind, a fourth attempt in him. Keep digging, keep refreshing himself. You know, it's when the race gets on top of you that you're lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Sign off in the wall over there. I don't think that was there before. Looks like somebody's had an adventure.
Ah. Check out the,
I don't see
Florida
anyone
countryside.
moving slowly, so it's probably just a harmless off. Well, my accordion comment seems to have been accurate because now Critical is right back within half a second.
That's
what Scottson.
That's what we want. I do wonder that it's the slower corners where, because Critical's, if you watch Critical through them, especially the second hairpin, you run so much momentum through the apex, and the car looks like it's on rails. Whereas Scott, every time it feels like is hitting the handbrake to tweak that thing on the apex. This is going to slow it down as well with that line. You know, where Critical isn't having to do that. And I wonder whether it is those slower corners, the hairpins that are where Critical's making bank.
Very well could be that is the case. And I'm not sure how these two have their cars set up, but at least with mine, I was always a few miles per hour down on the Corvettes. So maybe it's in the straights as well, where the Corvette has just a little bit more beans than the Ford.
Yeah. Yeah, could be. Yeah.
Impossible to say with any certainty without sector times and the such.
Yeah, exactly. Or at least having them run side by side. Stuff camp. My voice was watching Critical run very close to the tires. I think he had, in fact, just chipped them very slightly.
Yeah, I did that at one point, and I was just like,
oh no, never again.
Yeah. You lose the mirror, and you're like, yeah.
That's close enough now. The road there, is that Julian? About to pass, I think it's going to be a nice easy one for Scottson. Critical might have to do this at the hairpin though, which would be a little bit more frustrating for him.
Absolutely. It's very frustrating to catch a car going through the hairpin just because they brake so much earlier and accelerate out so much later.
Yeah, so right there, so...
Exactly like that, yeah.
Nice.
That's going to be quite a bit of time. Yeah, that gap's now 1.4 seconds, so definitely Critical getting the short end of the stick.
Right, Voided got a wobble on the way out of T16. I'm on board right here with Moose, who is catching up, and it's an Aston versus Aston battle. Old British rules. Aston v Aston. We'll see who can muscle it out between the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm one car behind watching from Zoom, and I see exactly what you mean on the turn-in of the final corner with the C7. It just got so much closer to the Astons.
Just skates in there, doesn't it? It's amazing. The front just sticks in a way the Aston doesn't.
Yeah, same with turn 1, too. That he just gets so close, but then on the acceleration out of the corner, falls back.
Here we go. Moose then begins the fight, and already Zoom is on the rear of Moose. Already he's been held up enough to be absolutely magnetically drawn to the rear. And if anything, Moose is now in more danger from Zoom than he is inflicting danger or
look at that.
Giving danger to Voided. Here we go.
Zoom had a look, Moose moved to defend it, and I thought that Zoom was gonna dummy him out the outside, but not quite. Solar, they are on the same pit strategy. Voided and Moose are. I am certain of that.
Yeah, Moose pitted early.
Once again, Bullet, well, it was almost 2 seconds back now, but still, if these guys shove each other off or something, Bullet's immediately in the mix for this second place.
Yeah, it's a big difference though, hey, between Bullet's run this time round and Barcode's last race. Barcode just dominated, like absolute walk in
Sounds
the park.
about,
sounds like it.
sounds about right.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, curious to see how this will have ESV at the end of this stint.
There we go. This is surely Zoom's big opportunity. We were talking about how strong the Corvette is into T17. He can get all the way out there on the left, really use the front end of that car, and I think he'll be able to make this move happen on the corner entry.
Moose couldn't quite sneak it up the inside.
Moose knew. He knew where that car was strong, and he put... That isn't the prime line for the Aston. You want to square the corner out and squirt off down toward the start-finish line, but he ran that early apex just to block off Zoom.
That car did not look comfortable taking that line whatsoever.
No, right? It's going about 5 miles an hour, yeah.
Ooh, I'm not sure if that was just a weird snatch of the brakes from Zoom or if that was a very aggressive look at making a move there, but either way, nothing came of it.
Well, we know Zoom will do it on the brakes. You remember that movie put on Lightning at the very start, and those two were fighting it out. Into this hairpin, in fact, he'll throw it on the brakes.
That was a fantastic move.
Yeah.
Too far back to do it this time, though.
Much too far. Avoided with the lockup. There is a little bit of a gap now between Scottson and Critical, but Scottson is running through the sort of meat of the GT traffic at this point, so we could hop on board briefly. He will actually be quite shortly passing this battle that we're on board with right now, so we'll definitely monitor that. Here's Scottson chasing down Bowtie and actually meeting him at the hairpin here. It's going to slow him down a fair bit. We'll try and go around the outside of the double left, and that's going to slow him down even more again. So Critical will be taking risks at this point and hoping to make up a little bit of that difference that he's lost out on.
Absolutely. GT cars, beware, because this man is going to be trying to take every advantage to get through without losing times. It's definitely going to be interesting when these two meet this 4-car pack from Voided to Bullet, just because that's a lot of GT cars. They are fighting for position, so yeah, it's going to be interesting.
It'll be around turn 1, maybe it'll be at the start-finish straight and we can just write it off, but I think it might be down towards turn 1 that it really happens. We can be on board here with Critical, who's running behind and looking forward up the road towards Scottson, who did manage to find his way past Julian around the outside of T17. Those 3 cars that are battling are already in turn 1, so it's too late for these AP cars to find their way through in the straights.
Yeah.
Instead, we'll have to do it in the corners.
It's definitely going to be awkward positions for a lot of these guys. I think they're going to catch Bullet right on the exit to the straight. I think Scott's going to lose a little bit of momentum, and they're definitely going to meet them all at the hairpin. Ooh, this is going to be very interesting.
Go then.
Critical's going to be praying that he has enough straight line speed to get past Bullet, which he will get the hairpin. Scottson, look at all that time.
That's massive. As Zoom just sits
Oh,
on that
and he's
apex.
not going to make it through there.
And he has to jump on the brakes. Wow.
Watch for a deep dive bomb from Critical here.
Critical needs this is the thing. And there he goes. Through past
Oh,
Moose and gets the tap. Moose gives him a nudge in the braking.
But Void had held up Scottson a lot there, so he didn't lose a ton of time. But that was a little naughty from Moose there, I think. Oh, Critical thinking about the dive bomb on Voided, but thinking better of it.
Tried it, hey. Ah, could have been worse, could have been better for Critical. Didn't work out. Didn't place Scottson in his palm. He didn't feed it to him. But he is a little closer now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that defused the battle a little bit. That's allowed Voided to get over a second on Moose, but Moose still very much under threat from Zoom.
Yeah, Zoom's still doing it, but you're right. Voided is checked out a little bit now from this battle. Once again, Zoom looking to the inside towards turn 17.
Yeah, we've seen this before with the Aston. Oh, but I think Moose just said exactly. I was about to say, I guess it won't matter if he tries to defend the inside because he'll just go right around the outside, but no, the Corvette needs that inside line.
Zoom gives up. He gives up. He tried it on the inside, tried it on the outside. Can't do it in the end.
Nah, I think he's just had enough of being stuck behind Moose and probably for the better decides to pit out and maybe try and get an undercut.
All right. Meanwhile, the chase continues for the lead of the pack. We haven't checked in with a lot of cars this race, so let's do a little bit of sort of making up for that time. We've got OTR Eagle. Eagle's running all by himself. We're on board with him just very briefly here in third place in AP. Really no one near him on the map. There is fourth place in AP. That's Cod Chaos, who is chilling right now behind a Turnitin. Turnitin's had a bit of a difficult stint, to be honest, one to forget. He'll have 2 more chances to race around here, though. And
I'll tell you who's not chilling is 5th and 6th in DP, as this is a very spicy battle going on between Convictions and Z here.
Love it. Let's go. So Z right up behind Convictions as the two of them head down towards the hairpin, looks to the inside, and Convictions leaves it open, says, oh, no, I don't mean to leave it open, I'm going to close it again, and hops across just before braking, and before Z put anything up there.
A little bit of a tap at the exit of the hairpin could have been bad, but Z backed out of it, so Convictions was able to catch the car.
Going into the second hairpin, nice line from Z, very, very smooth. Hits the late apex, does run the curves there on the inside. Are you taking the curves in the AP cars? Are you avoiding them like the plague? How do these things run over the rumble strips?
It's very inconsistent. Sometimes it'll catch them and you can just get some grip through them. Other times you touch them and they just bounce you like a beach ball off the apex. And so I'm mostly trying to avoid them, especially the hairpin. You touch the one on the hairpin, you get sent way off into the dirt.
Yeah. That one's particularly tricky. I can report Zoom found plenty of open air. Wow, Z just charges on past there in the straight. That was no problem at all. Made that look easy suddenly. If it was that easy, why didn't you do it earlier? This is
exactly.
Bullet is actually in a fight right now with Moose after all of that.
That was a very scary pit lane entrance for Convictions. I think he actually tagged the tire wall.
Oh, wow. I was looking away.
I was looking behind there, and I saw tires go flying as he entered the pit lane, so, yeah.
Convictions running through the pits. So, yeah, we do have this battle between, this is Bullet, the ESV team, chasing behind Moose, who's up ahead. I mean, Moose has just gotten through with defending from the C7R of Zoom. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the C7R of Bullet has any better luck in getting past. I suspect not.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't expect Bullet to just magically, now that Zoom is removed, to catch Moose, who's probably running at the same pace as he was before. But we'll see, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see where Zoom ends up in all of this, as the 2 leaders in AP come into the pits nose to tail as they did last time. Will there be a change? That was bizarre, but Forza
No
figured it
change.
out in the end, and I think they kept about the same gap.
Once again, Critical follows Scotty through the pits. Interesting to watch their lines here as they exit the pits. They were quite different last time round. Scott's in looking to go a little longer around at that time. It's always hard to know, isn't it? As they zip across there. Critical now hoping, I mean, there's only really one GT car out there, but he's going to be hoping that Scott's going to get slowed down by him a little bit, just to get him back into his reaches.
Yeah, for sure, but I don't think there's going to be much slowing down Scottson for a while now, other than there's an error of his own doing, which would be quite interesting to see, to say the least. But
To say the least.
yeah, I think it's going to be a little while before Critical has anything that pushes Scottson toward him. It's just going to have to be Critical finding the pace to pull himself up towards Scottson.
We're on board with UGM Blind here, running through the pits.
Oh. Oh!
What's this?
That was actually very interesting from Critical there. He got held up massively by Lightning, actually touched the back of him a little bit. Lightning got a little bit loose, but they're both fine. But definitely cost them some time. I think this is the first time we've seen the gap between Scottson and Critical over 2 seconds, so definitely not a good situation for Critical at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see even on the mini-map in the bottom right of the screen there that 1 and 2 are separated by, you know, they've been overlapping basically this whole race, the two dots. And now there's a bit of dot between them. There's a whole lot there. So Critical will need to dig deep again. We'll need to close this gap again. We're coming up toward the hour mark in this stint. That means there's only 40 minutes remaining after this. And we'll see how it goes. There'll be, of course, another 4 stints to go after this. Next stint, I'll be racing. So stick around for that. It'll be, if nothing else, a laugh. We'll see how it goes.
As will I.
But Buck will be back out on track as well. So both of us get a chance to embarrass ourselves.
Yeah. I would say come on by my channel if you want to, but at the same time, I don't want to be embarrassed in front of many people, so do if you want to.
Do if you want to. All right. As well, I've got to say, if you're new to the Forza channel, then consider hitting the follow button. You know, people do that. Same before, but we hit 100k recently, and that was good.
Wow.
I know, right? Hey, it was good.
Big number.
Big number. And everyone's really happy about it, so it's been sick. So hit that follow button, and you can check out Forza content from Motorsport. I'm looking at right now, the Horizon, the open world game, Forza also do, and across the franchise right here on the channel.
Yeah, and while we were talking, it would appear that Voided has made his stop, and now Zoom is right on his tail. Voided previously, when they were all on the same stop, had gotten pretty far ahead of Zoom, or not Zoom, well, actually, yes, Zoom, and, Moose, but Zoom now much closer than he was before the stops.
I've got to say, Moose is now the sort of key to the kingdom, because the second Moose pits, he's going to be all over Voided. Very, very close indeed. I'm trying to think whether Moose got through past Voided earlier. I don't think he did. I think he
No, I don't
almost
think so.
did. And then it got disrupted by the APs, didn't he?
Yeah, that's definitely what occurred there, as they are kind of getting disrupted now.
Yes, truly, yeah.
There's a Turnitin up there. He's had a bit of a quiet stint.
Yeah, I think his pace, I think, would see him higher up the field. I think he's had a bit of a rough one. Early on, he had some accidents. We might see it bake out better for him with pit stop strategy later on. We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, here it is. Right here, Moose in the pit lane. And this is going to be big, because coming down through out of turn 16 up towards turn 17 are these two drivers who are going to occupy almost the same piece of tarmac, we think, as Moose when he comes out of the pit lane, and that's Zoom and Voided.
Bullet has gone long, the fourth driver that was in this mix, so we don't know where Bullet will shake out in all of this. Oh, this is going to be tight.
Look to the right. There he is. There's the car. It's going to be exiting the pits any second. Moose gets out ahead, but with cold tires and Voided. all over it.
Absolutely. That was a very good long stint from Moose, it would appear. Got both of them.
Amazing.
Zoom was not ahead of Moose in the first place, but yeah.
The thing is,
Good on Moose to get ahead of Voided, though.
I remember when Moose caught up to the back of Voided earlier on, and the second that those two got close, Zoom was in that battle in about 3 corners time. Just like, suddenly, the second the two Aston Martins were out of clean air and started fighting with each other, they lost a lot of time compared to the C7R. And I wonder whether Zoom could be back in this fight pretty quickly. We'll stay on board with him. Moose continued to defend. I think Moose has the pace, though, to lead Voided here. I think Voided... I don't know in terms of raw pace he can do it. In terms of racecraft, maybe he can.
Yeah, I would echo that sentiment as well. The only reason that Voided was so far ahead of Moose was because of the disruption of the AP cars, but they have no AP cars near them for a while,
Great
so
point. Yeah.
it's just going to be a straight fight for these guys.
No one's coming. No one's coming to save you.
And no one's coming to save Critical's chances of catching Scottson at the moment either, as that's now a 3-second gap.
Critical. I was going to get a critical tattoo after this. Now
Looks like Bullet has stayed out once again. He's the only of the GT cars not to have pit yet, as these two hold each other way up through turn 17. 2 Astons did.
Yep.
Or maybe it's just the entry speed that the C7 has over the Astons, because that gap actually hasn't changed all that much.
Voided certainly is all over Moose. Zoom's looking up the road, but we're going to run with Voided just for a little while, because I think if there's anyone who's going to make a move, it's going to be him. Using all the track and a little more. Getting inventive there on the way out of turn 1.
As I used to call it in, I think it was 2019 Sebring, going out to the swamp to feed the gators.
That's it, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't actually lose him a ton of time. Of course, it lost him some time. You're always going to lose time going on the grass like that, but not a ton.
It's not too bad, yeah. There's a moment when you get one tire out there and you can feel the grip just give up. You kind of open the wheel up and you're like, all right,
Yep.
we're going.
It pulls you off, and you just kind of have to resign to your fate at that point.
Yep. Oh man, but Zoom straight back in this, and now we're getting into the twisty section of the track, and Voided will start feeling the pressure from that C7R. Just able to grip up.
Definitely closed right up.
It's good through tower as well, you know. He could do a move here sneakily if he... Right this time, he got the opportunity. It'll be turn 17 and turn 1 though. That's where Zoom gets the advantage.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also watching to see if Bullet pits in this time by and where he will end up in this.
Oh yeah. There's a car in the wall at the front of the
There
top
is
of the
an
track.
exit of the pit lane.
To the pit lane.
That is Zach the One.
See if we can find
With
out where the...
absolutely destroyed car.
Wow. This is the...
It hit it so
Vanatix
hard
runner.
that it knocked the livery straight off of the car for me. There's no livery on this car at all.
Well, no
That's-
yellow flags in this, and Zoom is still all over Voided.
Bullet is in the pit lane and is moving now.
Oh, wow. Look to your right, and you'll see Bullet. He's exiting the pits. Are these guys going to get past? They will all get
They
past.
are.
Look to your right. That's where the Vanatix car will be on the corner entry. He's pulling away. Does stay off the track. That's good.
Bullet actually is not as far off of these guys as I thought. In fact, he's very much in the mix. He's, oh, well, he's fallen back a little bit now. He's now a second behind Zoom.
Okay, we can do a little bit of forensics here. CSI, almost Miami. CSI Sebring.
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. And you can see the front right of the car is the thing that took the damage there. So maybe it was a controller disconnect. I've seen that happen a lot here at Sebring at T1. It could have been a chip on the barrier though on the way into the corner. A lot of different things there can go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Scottson blast past with Critical a little bit further behind than he would probably like to be.
This battle is now, yeah, four cars. Well, 3 cars plus 1. There's still a little bit disconnected with that. We'll just check in with them. It's the old 3 plus 1.
Yep, for sure, as it has been the majority of this stint. Bullet there, close enough to not lose a lot of mileage on these guys, but not really in a position to gain any on them. As
Okay,
good
then.
at this here at the moment. As Zoom, pretty good exit there.
Let's
I
see
think he's
something
not gonna be
inventive
close enough.
soon. Come on, you tried it on the inside, you tried it on the outside, you tried following them through the corner. What can you do?
Okay, hold on.
It's going to
Oh,
involve
let's look at
ramps.
that top end of the axe, and it just starts pulling away just a little bit. Well, he's going to try and sneak it up the inside, I think. Not going to be able to do it soon enough. Yeah, as soon as Zoom can get that car up the inside of one of these Astons, I think it's over. He's just going to sail right past, but it's going to be very, very difficult to have one of these two leave the door open and allow that to happen.
You know, if I'm Zoom, if I'm being honest, I think Voided's quarter panel is taking the hit on this one. You know, just put it in there. He can, if he
Yeah,
just
a
runs a
little
little bit more
argy-bargy.
speed. Yeah, I think it's going to be take one for the team. That quarter panel on Void's Aston Martin. I can see it on the right hand side of that paint. It'd look good with a dent.
This paint on this Corvette, actually, I've not spun it around and looked at it, but it's quite a good livery.
Oh yeah, this is a Mandem one, isn't it? They usually have like they're usually sponsored by things like milk. I don't know what they're sponsored by this time. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Has a look. Doesn't
Oh,
hit the quarter panel.
couldn't.
Does stay on the inside. Void fights him off for now.
oh, hey, look at this. Scotson's right in the middle of this as well. Let's see if he gets held up significantly in any way. I don't think he will.
Look out for critical
I
as
think
well.
he just
He'll
go
be right behind.
way out wide to get by these guys.
That's critical. Oh wow, a long way back.
Yeah, Scotson got through that without losing any time at all, it seems.
Critical will have him, I think, on the straight here. I think he's just behind. We can expect to see him on the right here as we run up towards T17. Hopefully-
Yeah, Critical's not going to have too much issue here. Oh, but he's going to get mogged by Voided. Oh, another really unfortunate catching of the GTs for Critical. That's cost him about 4/10 to Scotson.
It's amazing, isn't it? Scottson just doesn't, you know, just doesn't get held up by this stuff. And it's so consistent that it can't be luck. Or maybe it is luck. I don't know. Just every time.
As allowed Zoom to get very close to Voided.
Look.
In other news, Zach the One has disconnected from the session after taking that
that's a shame.
extreme hit. So,
Didn't make it back to the pits.
no,
Sometimes the
does not
engine
appear
damage
to.
doesn't, like, it lets you run for a little while and then it just backs up altogether.
Yeah,
I will say
so to speak.
delete is, Bullet is now
Yeah,
in
he
touch.
is.
In touch, I think, with Zoom. Maybe got a little bit better run with the traffic, I don't know. Managed it. I don't know if he's got the raw pace here, but he could luck out.
Yeah, absolutely could. I think he'd need some AP interference, but it seems that the only interference he would have had has already come and gone, as there is a massive 35-second gap between Scott's and Critical and Eagle, or between Critical and Eagle, that is.
It's
So the
35
gap to-
seconds between second and third. That's
Yeah.
amazing. Okay. I will say Scotson's triple stinting the start of this race. He's doing half of the race. Then he's got 3 teammates. So they're all going to do 1 stint each. Eclipse, Moshies, and Vanquish. Good on you
That
guys.
is quite an interesting strategy.
Scottson just sharing the love as much as he can.
It's actually decently close for third in AP. I say decently because there's 2 seconds between third, fourth, and fifth. But it's closer than we've seen most of the APs for a little while now.
Yeah,
Bar
you're
that
right.
one battle we had with Z and I'm blanking here, Convictions.
This is, we can jump on board with it very briefly and check it. It's not a close battle, but it's worth noting. Team S Brandy, 5th place, and Cod Chaos in 4th, and OTR Eagle in 3rd. Eagle was running all by himself, but I think took an earlier stop than a few of the others, or maybe a later one. Was out of sync. And
Yep.
always blind holds back Brandy a little bit. But now these guys are together and not far from each other. Check out the mini-map just there and you can see the 3 red dots. Sort of close-ish as they run towards the first step.
Indeed. I think once that group gets to the group that we're watching in GT, there's a chance that they could be compressed together and we could see a battle break out between the...
Oh yeah.
As GT cars tend to compress the field a little bit for AP.
I gotta say, even with the the battle here, as you say, it's not too long away. Maybe the next lap after, we'll see both these battles on track next to each other. Zoom.
Indeed, and that's where
Once again,
all
close.
kinds of craziness happens.
Let's watch Zoom run out of ideas at turn 17 once again. What you got for us?
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be too far back to try it. Well, hold
There it
on.
is, there it
Avoided a little
is.
bit of understeer.
Oh, the way that Zoom's car is twitching on that rotation is grotesque.
Mental.
That is
Yeah.
disgusting. That thing was on 2 wheels maximum.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not even gone airborne over a bump at one point there.
Right.
Look at that. Nose to tail. I think they actually did touch there through turn 1. I think the patience of Zoom is beginning to run rather thin as Bullet has made what I would assume his final stop. It's a bit of an
Bullet
early one,
runs
I think.
A little bit early. What is there? Another 25 minutes left in the stint. I was going to say after that little spat between Zoom and Voided that Bullet might be there to pick up pieces, but he already hopped into the pit lane. It could be that Bullet here, if he runs well, will get the opportunity to jump Zoom. I think that might be his best shout. But lure Zoom into a false sense of security until he makes the battle with Voided, and then pick up the pieces later on in the race. I will say though, looking at Bullet's track position right now, up the road is blind, and he's going to find himself in a battle of his own very quickly if he's not careful.
I think he's already found himself in that. And I'm not too sure if
Right.
that was the right time for Bullet to make a move there. He wasn't really being held up by battling with these guys or having to check up for Zoom, so I'm not really sure if there was much advantage to be gained there, but maybe
Yeah.
that's the whole point, is he didn't really see anything changing, so maybe just try something for the sake of doing something different.
Yeah. Right, roll the dice a little bit. Maybe that was it. But you got to think 1-2 more laps out there, one more lap out there, and he would have been past blind. You know, that would have that move right there would have happened in the pit lane.
Yep, for sure. As Eagle comes on through, and it looks like that battle, if there is going to be one, is going to be between Brandy and Cod Chaos. I think we saw them scrapping earlier, as both of them are catching Zoom as we speak. Voided with questionable call into the pit lane there.
Oh, okay. Void is in the pits. All right. Well, that's going to be straight in. Such a big difference in this field. It's amazing how spread some of this pack is. Okay, here's Bullet, and we can see how him and Voided measure out. Presumably Voided is going to stay ahead. I can't see why he wouldn't. This is Bullet
Yeah.
looking to the right. There's Voided coming out into the field. Once again, he get held up, I think, a little by the AP car there. Actually, there's 2 of them battling side by side. He had to check up a little bit and slow himself up, but not too badly.
Yeah, I don't... As I was somewhat suspecting, that wasn't really a gain for Bullet. Still 1.3 behind Voided, so not a whole lot gained there.
Turns him in the pits as well, just to check in on that.
He was actually having a little bit of a scrap with, I forgot the car, but he was having a little bit of a scrap, but pit out of it.
Gotcha.
Not sure if there were alternate strategies or not there, but there was some wheel-to-wheel happening there.
All right, well, what's left of that, 4-5-way battle is now Zoom running along some way behind Moose. And I could expect, honestly, for one of these two to pit this lap. I just don't think either of them... I mean, maybe Zoom will stay out, thinking he has the one-lap pace and just can't get around. You know, at this point...
I would expect that. I would expect
maybe
Zoom
that's
to
the
go
play.
long. I think that's the best option right now because he's clearly not been able to make it happen on the track. So maybe try and make it happen in the pits, see if it works.
I do think with Moose, though, when track position is so important with the Aston, an earlier stop might be the play here, just to keep that knowledge of where the other cars are and make them do it on track. Zoom running on the outside there.
No, I'm more referring to going millimeters apart, Convictions and Brandy, into the final corner.
Let's go.
They entered literally glued to each other there, but
Convictions just
ended up pitting out.
Okay. That was diffused for now then. See if we can find our way to another battle. So Scottson is now a pit stop out of sync with Critical. So we can expect Scottson in the pits one of these laps. Here he is running into turn 17. Looking planted, looking not particularly worried, as he does always. And cycling into the pit lane. Easy as that.
Absolutely. And no, I think they have split their strategy then, because Critical has already made a stop at some point. So I don't expect... I would be very surprised to see Critical be close to the rear of Scottson at the end of this pit cycle. Because that gap, I think, before they pit, when I last checked on it, was something in the realm of 4 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It is expanded quite a bit.
We're back, coming around towards the final turn here with Zoom and Moose. Check out whether either of these two jump into the pit lane. Who's on the team with Moose? There's a question in the chat. Moose is running for Inertia Garage, it's the 91 car, and he's got Aldergirl and Bacchus running with him. It's a 3-member team: Moose, Aldergirl, and Bacchus. Next stint it will be Aldergirl back in the cockpit after stint 1.
Lightning in the pits as well, making his final stop. Not that there's really anybody that's going to be close to him. Well, actually, he's going to come out right behind Zoom and Moose.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Those two still have to make a stop, so it's definitely not an actual battle there. Whoop.
Okay, I'll sneak on by there as well. There you go. So Lightning almost putting a pit stop on Will Zoom in this race. It's a lot.
It's not something you hear often.
It's not something you hear often. Neither of them through the pits just yet. I'm curious to see where Julian shuffles out. I've got a feeling, I've seen Julian sitting in second for quite a lot of this race. But I've got a feeling that the pit stops... I haven't seen a BMW get that high up the field, apart from the Tempest racing car. Sadly, sorry, the Vanetix racing car, sadly disconnected from this stint.
Met its end, yes.
At its end.
Bullet's actually decently close to Voided now. Voided having to check up for an AP coming through. See if Bullet saved it to the very end to start pulling moves.
That's interesting. If Voided lost out there, then Zoom might be by on net.
Could be.
Could be. This might be the Zoom's play. The redemption arc. It's happening. I love it.
Absolutely. I'm not quite sure if your race timer's accurate or not, because it says we have 8 hours left in the stint. I'm not I'm a little hesitant to believe that figure.
In the race, Bucktide.
Okay, that actually, okay, yeah, that would make sense.
Oh, we've got a car in the pits. We've got two in the pits. It's Zoom and it's Moose. And it's on. Zoom, Moose, and on. Here we go. So we've got Zoom on camera in the pit lane right here. Coming through the last turn. This is the battle between any ESV driver beginning with B and UGM Voided. And look to the right. Over the pit lane wall. This is where it all cooks out. And I think they've done it. I think Zoom's got this. He's
I don't think so, actually. And Bullet's going to put the pressure on him right away as well. Might have been disastrous for Zoom.
Cold tires, and can he defend?
I don't think he was actually trying to defend at all there. I think he was having a look at Voided.
Bullet, come on. What have you got? Now's the moment to spring it.
Absolutely, and the one that won out in all that is Moose, who's now 2 seconds clear of Voided. So
wow,
definitely played out well for a little bit of a lock there for Zoom.
It even looked like a handbrake moment, just trying to correct that deep line that he ended up with on the way into the hairpin. Tuck around the apex.
Elsewhere on the track, it looks like Eternatum's having some fun defending against Blind, but this is a little bit more tense at the moment. But I am keeping an eye on that.
So he was braking a little bit impaired. He'll be frustrated with that. I think that was Zoom's best effort. It was the best strategy that he had to try and get around Voided. It's a shame it didn't work out for him.
Yeah, for sure.
I think at this point, Voided has him left, right, up, down, over, under. There's no move. There's no combination of inputs that Zoom can put in and get around that blue Aston Martin.
I would not think so right now, which is the most frustrating thing in the world when you're right there, but you just can't do anything to get past.
Yeah, Blind and Eternatum. Let's have a little check in there. A little moment with Blind facing down Eternatum in the M6. Everyone's eyes look to the top of the screen.
Ooh, that's a DC for Convictions.
Ah, that's a shame.
It is.
We're running for the NWR Birchie's FIFA Rage. This is the second stint they've dropped out of. I think Remix dropped out of stint 1 as well. Remix and Convictions. That's a big blow for the number 160 Corvette.
Yeah, that is tough. Especially 2 streams in a row.
Yeah.
Or streams since.
Yeah, that's very good. Hopefully they stay in the race. It's good fun, you know. But other than that,
yeah,
I guess the result
absolutely.
is blown. Yeah, McGreen, yeah. Their names are pretty inventive. The NWR team in the GT is called NWR Julian's Toilet Break.
Quite creative.
Yeah. Oh man, both these battles are kicking off. Here we go, Blind finally making the move on Eternatum, looking to the inside. Eternatum will take the outside line and pinches across him. That's nicely defended, actually. All the way around the outside, or trying to, from Eternatum. The BMW has the punch on corner exit. We'll make it happen. I think that's all she wrote. Okay. Zoom's like, all right, Voided. Everything up to now has been a rehearsal and has been the longest, like, Darren Brown style psychological trick that you've ever seen, and now I'm going to make it happen. And he does. Zoom, congratulations. Even if it doesn't hold, which it might not, you made it work one time. UT17. Good job. What's 10th place overall? 10th is third, so this is the battle for the last step on the podium in this stint. Actually, saying that, it'll be fourth because we've had one drop out from the AP class. Eternatum did find his way back past Blind in the background. Too much road there. Trying to find his way through.
Oh, hold on. What was I doing that I missed the fact that Zoom got past Voided?
Yeah. Just now. Yeah, he did it on turn 17.
I was setting something up on my end for when I'm taking over on the Forza channel later on in Sin 4, and I was completely not paying attention and apparently missed something quite significant.
It was the smartest move in the world because he spent the whole stint pretending not to be able to make it work, and then just
of course,
with a few
the
minutes
longest
left.
con.
It was the longest con ever. Yeah. You know, everything about Voided's life he's realizing was a lie. You moved in as my neighbor. We were best friends. We had plans to open a restaurant together. And Zoom's like, yep. Actually, no, I'm just trying to overtake you at turn 17. Bye.
There you go.
I'm out.
See if Voided has anything in response.
Eclipse. So he'll give you £2 if you're really nice about him in Stint 4.
I don't necessarily have anything negative to say about you right now, so there's a good chance.
Turnitin's done well. I missed where Turnitin got back through on blind. But he is back through. He's holding it. So not too shabby.
Looks like Bullet might be having a go here at Voided, right on the back of him.
Let's go.
Maybe Voided just losing a little bit of focus.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Corvette's now starting to stream by. Well, Voided would have been looking forward, and he'll know all the strengths and weaknesses of the Aston compared to the Vet.
Yeah, he's been watching these two for a while now.
Yeah, right.
Moose now 2.2 seconds clear of this group, so I think it's pretty comfortably out of reach of them. I wouldn't call 2 seconds comfortable, but enough to breathe.
Enough to breathe, enough to make a mistake.
And if we needed any more confirmation that Scottson is disappearing off of the distance, that gap is now 5 seconds between Scottson and Critical.
Wow.
Not quite flying away, but definitely going quicker at the moment.
Voided taking the punt at turn 14, allowing himself to get a little bit of a lead from it.
Indeed, one of those little punts that you're like, oh, well, that didn't actually work out well for me at all.
Yeah, right. Right, here we go. Let's see
Just
what
ended up helping him more.
see what he can do on the way into turn 17. Voided really late on the brakes
Sneaking
there.
up the inside right here. Don't know if he's going to have the drive out of the corner, though.
Ooh, it's not bad. It's not good either. It's not enough.
Nah, I think that Aston is just has too much acceleration coming out of the corner to
Yeah.
really take
there it
advantage
is.
of. Well,
Yep, there's always that. There's always a big
Yeah.
mistake. Wow.
I was about to say, if you leave the door wide open,
Yeah, right.
you're going to go sailing right through it. So I think that's the first move we've actually seen Bullet make
Yes.
in at least a long time
Yeah. He
for a
just,
position.
he just sat in there, waited. I mean, it might come straight back at him here and the hairpin. He's got to run out of sector 1, but it is defensive. This section does suit the Aston a little bit better. If he can get round to the back of the circuit, I think he's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a very handy move from Bullet there.
Oh, yeah.
Set it up early, and I believe that Critical has had quite a moment as he has full rear damage and is now 30 seconds off of the back of Scottson, so Critical's definitely been into a wall.
That's such a shame. Rear damage as well. Where do you get rear damage around this track? Other cars mostly.
I would say maybe in the first sector. I did this a few times where you just tag the grass, the back end swaps ends on you, and you just back it into the wall.
It's no good.
But crucially, he's avoided engine damage, but that definitely
Where
makes
are we in the
that
stint?
gap that we were so excited about at the front
Yeah, it's killing it.
quite a bit bigger.
I mean, as well, I think it's a fourth stop. I don't think he's going to have a stop in his pocket with 10 minutes left in the
No,
stint.
no chance. That car doing its best to look like a Formula Drift car at the moment.
That'd be quite a good one.
Entering sideways
Yeah, right.
in the pit lane. Basically
Unlucky
crab
critical.
stepping the way through.
He got us excited, gave us a really good couple of stints, and Critical will be taking a break, swapping over for RZM Sean in stint number 3. Good run, Critical. So Voided did eventually break, allowed all the Corvettes to come by. And now he's running in 11th place in class. That's 5th position. That's 11th place overall. That's 5th position in class. Even. We can check in briefly with Lightning as well, I think. Who's been on his own.
Quite a bit up the road, I would believe.
Quite a bit up. Let's see here.
On the tune of 21 seconds up the road. Absolutely
21
insane.
Seconds. That's crazy. Back to Moose. Great job. So, I mean, this is the kind of domination, to be fair, that we saw from another team in stint number 1 from Barcode. So this puts really the
be very
ESV
interesting to
team
see.
and the UGM Minecraft team on the same page.
Yeah, for sure. It will be interesting to see what their combined mileages look like at the end of this stint. This Bullet having a pretty lackluster stint by ESV standards, not really able to get through the field at all.
It will be Barcode again next race, so it'll be Barcode hopping back into the driver's seat. Lightning in the next stint as well, so that sounds like it's going to be quite good. Lightning and Barcode both racing it out.
That definitely sounds like a treat. And I'm hoping that we have someone taking up coverage for stint
point.
number 3 on the Torrid channel, but I'm not for sure about that.
So it might be that the Torrid channel comes on, what, stint 4?
It will most definitely come on stint 4 to the end of the race.
Okay.
It might, depending on how long stint 3 for Sea Lobby takes, it might be a little bit late or it might be a little bit early. We'll find out.
We'll work with that. So Voided and Bullet are for sure the two that are closest on track. That's what we're having a look at here. I guess there's a close battle between Blind and Eternitum as well. But towards the end of this race, you've got to feel as though Bullet, having made the move and having moved forward so much,
Hello,
is
Brandy.
the attacking driver here.
Randy, very much getting held up by this procession.
Yep. I just find his way through eventually past Bullet. Let's take another look at Scottson as well before this thing rounds out. Is Scottson running a race livery? Is it just me that can only see it as a black car?
No, actually, that is... I saw it on their Twitter post. That is actually a black variation of the typical ESV car.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
That's actually a very clean livery.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm so used to seeing them run with the they've got usually some big white stripes on them or something. Or red. Red is
Indeed, usually the red, white, black combo, but they've opted for the all black stealth livery.
It's worked.
Indeed, I do think that design works very well.
Let's get on board and put some telemetry up, see what his control inputs look like. Okay, where's the handbrake? I guess we'll have to wait to get round to the main hairpin again to see whether he's handbraking. Is it Scott who makes the paints? Breeze's saying he does a good job with them.
I'm not sure, actually.
I've never asked. I realise now. Epic. Such a good driver. Alright.
Yeah,
Let's
for
go.
sure.
I want to stay with him all the way around to the hairpin. If he's watching the stream, then he'll handbrake anyway, just to mess with me. Pretend that he's been handbraking the whole way through. Yeah, he does. Okay, that's cool, Breeze. I didn't realise that. Is it just a gear shift, is it? How kind of pops mid-corner?
Not sure.
I don't know either. Yeah. Clutch kicking it? I don't know.
I'd be surprised to hear that somebody was running clutch in these cars.
Yeah. No idea. Alright. We tried to get to the bottom of it. Oh, come on, he can't hear us. It's probably because I'm not looking at the microphone. I was leaning over.
Ooh. As Scottson slices his way through that little battle of Eternatum and the... Who might that be? That might be Blind. Which I've just now realized is a Roblox car. I didn't realize that.
They've got 3. They've got a Roblox one, they've got a Fortnite one, and they've got a Minecraft one.
I heard somebody, or I saw somebody say this in chat as well, but like, come on guys, where's Terraria one?
Really? It's up there with... Okay.
I'd say it's up there. It's a very good game. Yeah, kind of a dull end to the stint, honestly.
Yeah, it's petering
Fourth
out
would
a
have
bit,
been...
isn't
Oh. That would have been the meme car of the race, I would think.
Definitely. We've got this little battle here. This is... it's the same. It's the same battle. It's Voided chasing down Bullet.
Yep. As it has been for some time now.
Yep. Blind and Eternatum as well. Alright. Well, this has been cool. We've got lots more of this race on the Forza channel coming up. Stick around for one stint of me driving. We'll see how that goes. And then we've got a stint of, Eternatum, and then Raceboy, and then Eternatum. And we'll go all the way through the 12 hours of Sebring. It's cool to be able to do that. You know, we haven't, it's been a little while. I guess, yeah, it's been a little while since we've done a whole tour at Endurance. Usually I'll hop in and out and commentate a few of the stints. And so it's nice to be able to pass around and pass to other people who'll be keeping the stream alive. You better win it, says Platinum. Oh no.
No pressure, Ali.
Win what? I'll win my own raffle. We'll
There
see
you
how
go.
it goes. Little bird with a knife. Yeah, well, I'm just hopeful that like I'll run it clean. I won't make any critical errors. I'm actually meant to be lobby host as well, which I'm quite looking forward to. I haven't had that responsibility before. I know.
That is a big responsibility.
It's a big responsibility.
No, you know, no additional pressure there.
I'm shaking already. Cold sweat.
There you go. Say I am getting invites to C lobby, but nobody's started angrily DMing me yet, so I think I still have some time to finish this out.
Every DM's the sign. We have a car being lapped, and that's Mashiro. Right here, we're sitting inside of the GT cars. So this is for the V7 runner. And last time I saw Freeze doing a great job in this car. Mashiro will be changing over for EXR Arietta for stint number 3. So doing a good job here representing.
Yeah, kind of a dull end to... Oh,
There it is.
I cannot believe the timing there. I was not expecting the moment I said end that it was going to end, but yeah, I was gonna say kind of a dull end to what has otherwise been quite an exciting stint.
Yeah, it was a great stint, especially the start. I think the end, like you say, it kind of petered out a little bit, but a good run all in all. Um, Guys, we'll be switching over to me racing, and so more of a sort of first person stream in just a second. I'm going to pause the stream. I'm going to do it promptly, so we've got plenty of time to get around and do stuff. And so we'll be back live again with more racing shortly. Rest assured, you won't miss anything. We'll be live the second that there's any driving, and so stick around. You'll be able to catch stint number 3 from my perspective, driving the 12 hours of seasoning car. It's a Turnitin Sky. You can see it just in the stream just there, just in front of us. Okay. Buck, good luck. Good
Same
luck
to
out
you.
there, man. Thank you for coming out, chatting and chilling in stint number 2.
Always a pleasure. And everybody can expect AE Lobby coverage from myself beginning once again. I'm not sure if somebody's taking over for Stint 3, but you will definitely have, in the normal place on the Tora channel, all the way coverage from 4 to the end. So
Great.
I will see you all there.
Awesome. So you guys can check that out on the Tora Twitch channel, and we'll be streaming the perspective of the car from here to the end. Okay, guys. Catch you all in a little bit. We'll just go on pause. We'll be right back. we go. Let's try it again. Go on. Stick this time. Boom. Okay, seems good. Ugh. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Okay. Oof. Now's when I realise I don't have my racing line turned on. I think truly that might be the case. Okay. Well, wish me luck, everyone. I'm just going to play this so super sneaky, totally clean. Okay, we're locked in behind Solar. Why am I not using TCS? I'm not looking at chat. If you... Commander, you're just going to sit there and psych me out. Oh, okay. I feel so rusted. Let's go. I'm not going to fight Lightning too hard. He's right behind me, and, you know, he's going to be right in front of me in a second. I don't think that he's got my race, you know? He's not who I'm racing today. We'll see what we can do. I'm just glad that this race seems like it's underway, that the lobby seems to have been more or less smoothly run. Now Aldo's breathing down my neck. I might fight a little bit harder now. That's a car facing backwards. Whoa, is that that's a restart. Ah, okay. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to go on mute, or at least mute this while I get this sorted out. Because game chat's a little rough sometimes. Hey. All right. Was it a disconnect? I didn't see. I just switched sound off for a little bit, guys. I'll be back in a sec. All right. We are looking like we're going to start this race again. The lobby is ready. Everyone's ready to go, apart from Convictions, who has hit the spectate button. I hope that's the right button for you, Convictions, because we're going to launch. Let's go. Whew. The grid is fine. It's just the same as it was previously. And hopefully this time it all gets away smoothly. I gotta say, I'm not sure lobby hosting is my career choice of, you know, my career path of choice. But for a one-off, it's definitely an experience. Okay, I just want to go into the car ahead, is all. That's my main aim right now. Get off my line, Lightning. Okay. Here we go. Under the Chevrolet Bridge is the place where we're all going to go. So it's just bunching up until then. Oh, why was it slow? Again, I'm not fighting Lightning. I tried that one time in a private lobby. That's a story for another day. Here we go. Happening here, is it? That's a lot of cars around me. Bow tie now on it. Let's go. Ah, come on, little car. I'll go pitted. It's ahead of him. Get those what faces out of chat. Ah, come on! Third isn't the accelerating gear. That killed me on the first lap as well. Okay. Woo! The Commando. There will be no crashes. It'll be absolutely solid as clockwork. Oof. Well, it's definitely... I wouldn't say it's easier than it looks. I think it's exactly as hard as it looks. It looks difficult when I see people do this. It's exactly that difficult. Blind. Okay. Whew. Okay, let's go. I am more comfortable without TCS, yes. Opa. For sure. It always feels very boggy and numb. I used to run TCS a long time ago, and I switched it off. I was like, I'm going to switch it off forever. Breathe. Thank you, Raceboy. I'm not breathing. Let's go. Catch blind. Let's go. I think I can. Blinds off. Whew. RBR alley, yeah. We got this. Come on, little car. All I have to do now is stay in touch with blind if I can. Whoopa. So this is maybe worse for Raceboy, because I think my stint determines your grid position. So... you're gonna have some work to do. Okay, that's Solar in the pits. Oof. Well, I'm kind of glad that I survived the mugging that I got off the start of this race. Without damage, without spinning. I feel good about that. Even if my pride is a little bit hurt, won't lie. I feel good that the car is basically intact. Which is a good thing. Come on. I'm definitely going to get lapped by lightning. I don't know how you can say that I won't. Where did lightning start? That's a good one, Cryptic. Yeah, I think 7th. It was after the difficult stint that they'd had in stint 1. So actually he was further back. Yeah, it was like mid-packer at the back. I set the grid. It was like 7th or 8th in class. He was behind me, actually, wasn't he? Right, directly behind me. So is that 6th? Okay, I can see APs starting to appear now. I'm going to pit this lap, I think. Just jump it. Really, Commando? Stay out. Really? Don't you want to get out of the traffic? You're my race engineer, Commando, so if you say no, I won't, but surely I want to get out of the traffic. Alright, well you tell me, man. I can see them in the rear. Infected, yeah. That's right. I'm just here for the lobby hosting, actually. What, there's racing as well? I don't know. I'm not so interested in that. I was more just here for to watch you initiate the race and set the grid. Thanks, Infected. You tell me when to pick, Commando. In fact, Commando, if you could just tell me, you know, when to turn left, right, when to accelerate and brake. Just like enter the control inputs for me in chat. That'd be just great. Okay, the APs are now coming. You can see them on the minimap. I don't think they're going to pass me on the back straight, but it's okay. Let's hold my line. Where are you going? Trick is working out where they are. Oof. Okay. Good. Made it. How are we doing for time? Quarter of an hour in. Two more of the APs to go by. One's going to have me on the straight, at least. I am Speed. I am Reginald Speed. The Archduke of Speednington. My daughter is called Elijah Speed. Yeah, that's all the DPs through. APs, rather. Thank you, Max. That's right. No, Commander, it's too late for me. So I did the first two instead. It's too late. It goes from 2 AM to 4 AM here. I was like, oh, no. I prefer 24-hour races because then they're both the beginning stint and the end stint is in the middle of my day. Is Le Mans next on the calendar? Is there another one? Le Mans next. So this is like my audition for Le Mans. Is that right? How's it going, Commander? Do you think I'm going to pass the... Do you think have I made the team? Have I made the squad for the big day? Don't put me on the bench. Come on. Don't bench me for the big game. Suzuka? Is there a Suzuka? Oh, cool. Cheerleading from the fence. I have to admit, I never tried your new tune, the 4-gear one. Did you see it? All that work. I think maybe it would have been better. I blame the tune. As you could tell. Alright. I'm glad to have gotten past the... Oh, thank you. Glad to have gotten past the very beginning of this stint. That's always the nerviest bit. Seeing some tyres out and about. Afoot. Every 18 minutes. Okay. So the 18 times 2 is 36. So when there's 24 minutes left on the clock, thank you, Platinum. Yeah, the 5 gear felt okay to me. As well, Race Boy. That said, I think I do remember some of the from years ago, these builds suiting a 4 gear well. The best thing about the tune though is that it handles curbs okay. It's not too snappy. There's 2 cars that have already pit that are coming up to try and overtake me. I'm not really planning on fighting them hard if I'm honest, because I'm a pit stop out of sync with them already. I'm not going to like slow myself down to let them past, but I just mean, you know, it's not going to be the defense of the century that you see. You know, at this point in the race, everyone's just in it for mileage. Isn't it awesome? This is, we had a livery competition to paint our team's car. It's won by someone called Ice Rabbit Designs, who made this paint. There you go. Yeah, it's a carry paint. Exactly, Genji. Oh, that's awesome, London Boy. Yeah, both great games. Here we go. There you go. Easy as that. Okay. I do slightly wonder when I'm going to need to pit. But the galaxy brain of Commando is the one that contains all that kind of information. And he could tell me and I wouldn't understand, you know what I mean? It would be like someone speaking in the tongues of angels. It's beyond my understanding, Owen. It's it's, you know, I'm still Gandalf the Grey, and I need to be reincarnated before I can have access to that kind of wisdom. Playing 4D chess. I'm playing 1D checkers. But there is a delicious glass of water that Lara brought in the room. It's right next to me. Go on, Ali. Go on and pit. Have a nice drink of me. Have a nice drink of this water. Just need to get good. This is my punishment, Commando. You know the water's there. Hey, Stoozy, what's up, man? Doesn't the paint look great? Yeah. How did your driving go, Stoozy? Was it good? Is it okay? Perfect. My drive's been a little bit like that. Apart from the fast guys have no problem passing me. None at all. No one's annoyed. No. What's up? What's up, D's? That's right. %40 fuel remaining, Commando. Just so you know. Commando already knows. He knows the fuel I have. Okay. He's got all the permutations inside of his galaxy brain. It's like Vision. He's very much the Vision of our team. I think of myself more as a... like, no. Okay, here we go. That's it, flat, yeah. I was thinking you could be the new Michael Massey instead. Faster, harder, stronger, faster. Stoozy, yeah, you could be the new Massey. What I need in this race, Stoozy, is for you to make a pace car at the end and then disqualify all the other drivers. If you could. Could you just disqualify everyone apart from me? Is it time? Box, 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 box. Box, 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 box. Oh, we're on the same strategy as Solar. Boom. How's that for a pit lane entry? Now I'm gonna unwrap my hands from this controller and drink some water. It's sparkling. I wasn't expecting that for some reason. Ha! This is his second stop. True. I want a similar strategy to him. Okay, we've got some open road. It feels good. No penalty for us. Going around the line. That's it. I don't mind sparkling water, but it's just if you don't know it's sparkling, you know, I feel like it needs to disclose it. I don't understand why they don't warm the tires up for me. Me some wings, yeah. I do need the wings. Maybe I could drink some turbo fuel. Let's drink some NOS. Oh yeah, Race Boy. No, I'm wide awake right now. I'm wide awake. It's like the doctor had cold hands, you know what I mean? I'm bolt upright. Simulate your senses. Yeah, that's right, yeah. This is my kung fu training. I need to do one of those really deep breaths where my nostrils flare. I think it's going okay, Susie. I mean, I'm last by some distance. Don't get me wrong. But... Surprise, what's up, man? You're here. This is the sequel. This is the sequel to Spa 2018 or whatever. What year was that? Probably earlier. 2016? This is the sequel, finally. 6 years later. Here we are. Sebring 2020. Running out of fuel again. It's hammer time. Oh, okay. Hold on, I'll stop holding back then. Yeah, that's it, surprise. Yeah, Mum, spaghetti. I rewatched 8 Mile the other day. When I was younger, I used to fancy Brittany Murphy so much. What a loss. What a terrible loss. Who didn't though, right? It's okay to have a crush. Okay, little car. Oh, next time then, surprise. We'll be on our own team. You and me. You and me doing the 24 hours of Le Mans. Just me and surprise. We come in a race. Thank you, Michael Massey. It's called a motor race, Toto. Race will do one stint. I mean, me too. I'll do one stint. So, surprise, you're going to do 10 stints, and I'll do one, and Raceboy does one. Deal? Deal. Great. Glad that's a deal. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it this time, surprise. We haven't done endurance for a few years. Yeah, that's it, Commando. Do it all on different accounts. Platinum. I need to focus. Was it really the Daytona and the M6 was the last time? That's been a while, bro. I used to be fast then. No, I didn't. Thinking about it. Did I? No. Spin. Yeah, with the paint challenge, that was dope. You still, I think I still have that in my garage too, man. Yeah. They did cool. Haas did cool. But obviously, I have my contract with Alpine to consider. Wolfgang thing from Haas was like, Ali, you're making me look like a blooming fool. And I was like, I'm sorry, Wolfgang, if that is your name. What a name, Wolfgang, you know what I mean? If I have a kid, I'm gonna call him Wolfgang. You know? Like, if you're called Wolfgang, I feel as though your life is really set for you from then on. Like, stuff's gonna go okay for you, you know? Like, whatever you put your mind to, if you're a Wolfgang, you're very likely to achieve. You live in Germany, Surprise. Do you know any Wolfgangs? I don't know any Wolfgangs. Is it not Wolfgang? After all that. Your middle name is Wolfgang. Is it really Platinum? That's awesome, man. That's why you're such an intimidating person. Do you know some Wolfgangs? That's dope. Gunther Steiner, that's right. Thank you, Stu. Gunther Steiner. That's not half as good as Wolfgang, is it, Gunther? It's the name of the German kid from The Simpsons. Oh. I blame Scottson. I want an SI. I want an SI against... Okay, I'm gonna focus. Yeah, that's it. It's a Pablo de la Wolfgang Cruz. Is it too late for a new gamer tag? PTG Wolfgang? I mean, I'd invest. I'd invest heavily in that. Paola Dalla Wolfgang. I love it. Helmut Marko. So anyway, Helmut Marko called me up and he was like, I need you to race for Haas. I need you to be our new Haas driver. Helmut, I said, no, Not Helmut Marko. Gunter Steiner. Gunter, I said, Gunter. I simply cannot do that at this time. You know that I've signed exclusivity with Ferrari through their Young Drivers Academy, and I can't drive for Haas this season. He said, Gunter, he said to me, Ali, you're making me look like a fool. You're making me look like a bunch of fool, he said. You know, I said I relate to that, Gunter. I really do. I don't know what to tell you. You know, you're a wonderful man. An excellent chef. I said. All right, Renault. Shut up. I'm doing badly, Shell Shock. Platinum is correct. Shell Shock, that's a fair assumption. I come from the, as I was saying, the Ferrari Young Drivers Academy. I have a long, rich history as a jet fighter pilot. And so you would naturally think that I would be in the top 3. The difficulty is that everyone else practiced really hard. They all practiced really, really hard. And rightly, it's a hard race to win. And I didn't practice hard enough. And now I realize that. Two more AP class cars coming through. Which way are you gonna go? Platinum. I'm going, all right? Take it easy, Platinum. Come on, big man. Yeah, that's true. Come on. I just don't want to have a crash. I don't want to crash is all. They've been all very good so far, though. Okay. Not my best run. My kingdom for splits. Hey, what's up, LaRue? Good to see you. Opa. Thank you, Platinum. Everyone's got to slow down and let me past. I've got to be allowed to unlap myself. Okay. So we're just over the halfway mark, really, aren't we, with the stint? Given that it's really 1 hour 40. Oh, really? I haven't tried the stunt track yet, Louis. I've got to give it a go. I'll be streaming, what, on Monday? Maybe I can try it then. All right. Whew. Oh, wow. I can't wait, Commando. Let me know when it's done. 40 hours of development. It's an amazing amount of work that go into those. What's the genre? Is it going to be like a rally track or an obstacle course or a race circuit? What's the vibe? I've got so much to do on Horizon right now. I haven't even done the monthly rivals right now. The new one has the crossbow, right? Oh, by the way, next weekend in this time slot, no, sorry, Sunday, on the Sunday, so tomorrow, a week tomorrow, I'll be casting another Team Wars event on the channel. So if you guys are into competitive Horizon, then come and check that out. That's against the #1 seeded team right now, up against the 3rd seeded team. 1v3. If the 3rd seed can win, then they'll go into the finals as the favourites. That'll be on Sunday. Sunday's Alpha Force and Mingo. This is true. This is true, Commando. But I'll be all done. I'll be all done. There'll be plenty of time for Eternitum. Kenji, yeah. What's the point? What's the point of casting anyone but me? I don't get it. Yes, Race Boy. It definitely was, hey? You should check it out. The next one... Like, because these people at Team Wars just kind of went ahead and did it. The, like, a lot of the things that are problems, that were problems, kind of get half solutions, or some of them get solved altogether. Come and check it out. It's actually going to be quite... It's quite a good, like, system they have. Mm 54% fuel. The Pinatas race, yeah, that's awesome. Did he try out the Checo Perez one? One of the best made event labs I've ever seen. Super 7, oh yeah, that's right. Other one. Good job, Larry. You'll get it, Commando. Finally, someone whose skill matches my own. A brother here on the game. Hey, what's up, Meekin? Meekin. Yeah. A-Lobby is well behind today. Just the amount of disconnections, but it's alright. We will be... What was I going to say? At the end of Synth 5, you can't double up, so that Tora just kind of bump everything forward. So the thing will end on time at very least. I was also going to say chicken. Chicken. Oh, I see. Yes. Your name is Chicken. I need to focus. I'm not focusing very much right now. Oh, good job, Larue. Yeah, that's right, Chicken. Thank you. Finally, someone's noticed how much I look like Channing Tatum. It's true. Basically the same person. The thing that's most similar between me and Channing Tatum is the muscles. It's the many muscles that I have. Very spoiled. I'm just taking a minute here to talk about my extreme likeness to Channing Tatum. Oh, sorry, Sean. One for one doppelganger, thank you. Muscles don't disappoint. That's on my Yelp. I asked Evan to put that on my Yelp and my LinkedIn. Jacked. Super swole. That's how I go. Box. Box, 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 box. Box, 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 box. It's because you're worried about me embarrassing UGM blind, isn't it? I get it. Dude's behind me. It's gonna I was gonna challenge him to an arm wrestle. We qualified 7th, I think, overall in GT. So we're in A lobby. Well, I say we. I qualified poorly. My teammates qualified in 7th. And as a result, I'm racing against people who are a little faster than I am today. Boom. In the pits, that's pit stop number 2. I'm going to stretch my fingers, which feel like they might be broken. By the looks of it, we're doomed. Oh, I'm just saying it, Race Boy. I think in an arm wrestle between Chris Pratt and Channing Tatum, that's easy money for Channing Tatum. You know? Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What you gonna do, Star-Lord? They're fun games, Chef. If you can get your hands on a copy, it's worth a go. There's still a great community in Forza Motorsport 7. That's one of the things I love about it. You know, these tour events that we're racing in here, this is a community-run event where they run a 12-hour race broken up into 2-hour stints. It's a great game. A little bit different to Horizon. Drives a little bit differently. Race Boy. Oh! Thing is, he talks a big game, but I've seen Race Boy on ice skates, and it was like that scene from Bambi, you know, where Bambi's limbs are like all going everywhere, flipping around on the ice. That's what Race Boy looked like. That's exactly what he looked like. Are you really not? I thought you would be. Don't. Blades of Glory, truly VNX owned, yeah. I would describe actually, that's a good thing you brought up Blades of Glory, because I would describe Evan's physique and Will Ferrell's physique as being very similar. Very similar. Mine, of course, I'm much more like Channing Tatum. But Evan, okay, average for a Canadian, so you're basically an Olympic ice skater. Nah, you just Chris Pratt. That's right, Motorsport 8. I'm looking forward to the next installment. It won't be called Motorsport 8. It'll be called Forza Motorsport. It's a reboot of the series, so do look out for that. I know that everyone's very excited. Still haven't decided if and when. I've been dieting this year, Race Boy. It is good. If you haven't been doing it yet, then the first like The first bunch of pounds are really, they just fall off. It's just the later ones that are more difficult. That's it, Chef. Absolutely. Yeah, I know. It's hardest in winter. I agree. Also, I get very grumpy when I'm on a diet. I just get really grumpy all the time. So I just want to eat. I like eating. Have you got a date yet, Race Boy? Do you have it, have you guys fixed a date? I haven't chatted to you about this yet. August, okay. That's a little while. Some people wait to pick a date, Owen. Some people hold back. My sister had to wait for a while because they were looking for the right venue. Yeah, Commander, you're invited. You're invited. Raceboy actually wanted me to invite everyone on the stream today. He asked me ahead of time. Said, Ali, could you please just invite everyone on the stream at 10 local time for you? Okay. As a birthday gift. It's not your birthday. It's as a wedding gift. Yeah, it's a long way to fly. Yeah, he's also paying, that's right. Yeah, he wanted to give out free trips to Canada at 10. Scottson just about to pass the 100,000 feet ahead of me mark. Oh, very much lapped. Yes, by Scottson. Commander, let me know on the last pit stop. So what is there? There's 20 minutes, 25 minutes left in the session. 15 minutes until the pits close. I know I haven't been long out of the pits, but... let me know how it goes. You were in Canada not long ago, Platinum, I remember. You made it back home safely, I hope. Or are you still there? That was you, wasn't it, Plat? No, he was there. He was there. He was in Canada for a bit. Oh, Ray said I could use a bottle of Nos. Platinum's Mexican again. Okay, good. He's back. He was allowed back in the country. I thought maybe they locked it when he left. They're like, finally, he's gone. Let's change the locks. in Toronto. I've been to Toronto Airport. That's as close to Toronto as I got. There's two battling cars behind me. Box? Is it really Commando? This lap, Box. Say it again, and I'll do it. Okay. Opa. My hands are stiff. Roger that. Uh-oh. I can see the proto field approaching. Are they going to whiz by? Maybe just. There's two of them. Uh-oh. I think we said Canada 3 times, so Moose appeared. Canada, Canada, Canada. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, we're all planning on crashing Raceboy's wedding. There'll be a bit when they say, "Speak now or forever hold your peace," and I'll burst into the chapel. He's mine! Raceboy can't marry her because he already married me! It's all true. I oppose this marriage! All the relatives are like, oh, when they turn around. It's me in a wedding dress with mascara running down my face. Yeah. Oy vey. That's right. He couldn't have married you because he was in a coma. Okay, you got me overexcited. I blame Platinum for that one. Stewart's inquiry, please. Yeah, karma for the joke, you're right. But how can you remember that joke when you have amnesia? No, he wouldn't. He'd say, wow, Yachts is so fast. And he looks like Channing Tatum. What's that about? Who's this Channing Tatum looking gentleman? Looks like it's a pretty epic battle for the lead of GT. They're coming around to lap me. Wonder if they're pitted yet. Like Jonah Hill. No! Michael Cera. Tragic. Now we're getting accurate, okay. I think it is lightning coming. I think it might be lightning racing with Barcode. It's pretty sick that that close to each other. That's one of them in the pits. That's legacy pitting. Wow. Are you winning, son? Yeah, Pops, I'm winning. Just don't look at the score. That's what the competition is, isn't it, Commando? What, are you trying to tell me... Oh, what? This has been about being fast this whole time? Well, in that case... There is just trash all over this start-finish straight. Gotta concentrate now. He's gonna pit, Commando. He's gonna pit. We all know it. He's gonna pit and it'll be fine. Everyone knows it. He's just doing it to mess with me. It's fine. Definitely gonna pit. He's going to run a 1 minute 41 lap, and he's going to pit at the end of it legally. That's his strategy. DC incoming. Oh man, imagine. Look at this, we can see both the winners. There's Lightning and Scottson in one picture. And me, the third winner. I'm the winner in the Ralph category. Commando. It's fine. I'm gonna make my own team, and we're gonna have margaritas. we're gonna be the margarita team. Ones with the crushed ice. Yeah. Yeah. I'm making my own, and I'm gonna be. We're gonna just have benches. We're gonna have benches and margaritas. Perfect, race boy. You could be on my margarita team too. Clip the grass there under braking. It's funny, there's some stuff that's so obvious when you got your headset on, but actually when you watch a stream it's much less obvious, because I guess because you guys just don't have the engine sound kind of going and going. Your contract, yeah, true. It's Margaritaville, T-Deck. It's Jimmy Buffett's time. We're all gonna go to Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. And then to Race Boy's wedding. I'm pretty sure T-Deck is officiating the wedding. Isn't that right, Race Boy? I thought you certainly asked me to ask him today, live on stream, if he would do you the honor of officiating your wedding for you. I'm pretty certain that that's where it was. And then you're gonna go around VNX Owns' house for honeymoon. Going to Owns for honeymoon there. Can you put up like a curtain or something, Owned? I don't know. It's their request. Balcony, perfect. I'm gonna be the wedding planner, as you can tell already. I'm the J-Lo of this arrangement, the wedding planner. I'm very used to planning the perfect wedding, but I had no idea that this summer I'd be planning my own wedding. Yeah. When Freddie Prinze Jr. shows up. Perfect. Perfect, D-Deck. Thank you. That sounds wonderful. Okay, last couple of laps here. Let's get it. Oh, by the way, Commando? By the way, I don't know if you've noticed. Maybe you haven't. But up there in the top left corner, guess who isn't coming last? I'll give you one guess. Guess who isn't coming last today? That's right, Commando. Old Yahtzee. Oh. Turns out the old dog's got a few tricks yet, huh? Yeah? Turns out the old dolphin's got a couple of backflips left in him. You know what I mean? So you'll be sending me my 5-year contract, I'm sure, shortly. I want to sign with 12 hours of seasoning like Max Verstappen has signed for Red Bull. And I'm going to need a sizable retainer. A sizable retainer. You know? Cheerleading contracts. Is the next A-Lobby stint set up? I don't know. Can look on the race control. They're probably waiting for this one to end. There's probably drivers who are there. This one's going to finish in 2 minutes. Eternitum, the second this ends, I'm going to turn the stream off so it can be all yours. So that's easy peasy. Lemon easy. Okay. 1 minute, 55 seconds remain. Okay, well, to smooth the transition off after this, I will start saying now, thanks everyone for coming along, saying hi. Stick around on the channel because we've got another 6 hours of Sebring coming up. We're going to be swapping over to Eternitum in a second. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 21 minutes, and my brain is starting to fall out of my ears. That's why I have to wear these big headphones to keep my brain inside of my cranium. And so I'm going to go. Might order a McDonald's. Might go there with that. You know what I mean? And then I'll leave it to Eternitum. Trick is Eternitum, right? With this car, the trick is you want to aim for the apexes, right? You want to take the corners wide on the way in and then hit the apex on the inside and then go wide on the way out of the corner. You see what I mean? See what I'm doing here? This is what you want to be doing. Oh, I went a bit farther. Okay, guys, I'm gonna hop off so I can get the the scores from everyone. Good luck, everyone, and we'll catch you in a bit.